Thank you, everybody, for being here. Calling the meeting to order for December 9th, 2020. We have two directors, new directors, to welcome, Karen Hull and Rich Johansson, who will be taking their oaths of office later this afternoon. Is that right? Or do they do it right away?
Right now.
That's what I thought. Okay.
After the pledge.
Okay, after the pledge. So let's stand and recite the pledge together. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Okay, who's administering the oath?
Madam Chair, I will be administering the oath of office.
Okay.
If Directors Johansson and Hull will please rise, you may raise your right hand and repeat after me. Hard to speak with this thing on. I state your name.
I, Rich Johansson,
I, Karen Hull. Do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
That I bear true faith and allegiance.
that I bear true faith and allegiance
To the Constitution of the United States.
to the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely.
that I take this obligation freely
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties.
that I will and faithfully discharge the duties
Upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
There you go. Your oath is finished. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. Really
You
great.
can have each sign your oath of office for me, and I will do the same. Thank you so much. And your oath is right here. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations, everyone. Next, we have special orders retirement presentation to Barry, I'm not going to pronounce this correctly, Scicluna?
Scicluna.
Scicluna, thank you. Thank you very much. So, Doug, will
It's
you be
him right
making
behind
the...
me.
Hi, Barry. Okay, Doug,
Okay,
I guess.
so-
What?
Go ahead. All right. Well, good morning, board. Let me get myself in the screen here a little bit. Staff and the public, I'm proud to be here this morning recognizing Barry Scicluna for his many years of service here with the district. He's worked with the district for almost 20 years, most of that being in surveying. He actually started working in maintenance as a utility worker down in the plaster maintenance yard. And then about a year and a half later, he was promoted to Survey Tech 1 and then ultimately moving up to Survey Tech 2, which is where he's been for the majority of his career here. You know, interesting note, he was telling me that while he was still on probation down in the plaster yard, the district used to have evening classes that were taught, I believe, by an engineer here at the district for math and problem solving to help folks with their tests coming up for their WDOs, et cetera. And so he went to that class, and he said the first day there was like 60 people there. The second time there was like 30, and by the end of the class there was like 3 or 4 folks. But one of the things he learned in there was what survey did for the district, and he thought that was pretty interesting. And then the position popped up, and the rest is history. So let's see, where were we at here? I want to make sure I get it all. As a survey tech, so Barry has literally walked hundreds, if not thousands of miles for the district. He's done that in some of the greatest terrain that you can find in the Sierras, as well as land down all the way to the thermalands, whether it's in the middle of summer, middle of winter, whether that's through the poison oak and the ticks and everything else that goes along on the roads and the friendly neighbors, et cetera, as well as friendly dogs. So that's a tough position. They spend a lot of time doing that, pounding the brush, for lack of a better term, to get the information we need. And I'll tell you, where survey is a very big part of our engineering's project development. And so Barry's been involved with the majority of our projects for the last 20 years. So he's been an intricate piece in the development of our projects as we move forward. On a personal note, you know, Barry's got a really great personality. He always seems to be in a good mood. He's easy to talk to. He's a good guy to talk to. He is also a very skilled guitarist, if you didn't know that. And his music during our annual Christmas lunch will be duly missed. So we enjoy him in the background while we're enjoying our lunch. So just a quick on what Barry's planning to do with all this free time. He's raised 4 kids and has 8 grandkids. So part of what he wants to do is be able to, assuming once COVID is up, to be able to enjoy the school functions and the sports functions with his grandkids. That's an important part of his retirement plans. He's also enjoys motorcycle riding, does the toy run on an annual basis. So he'll be doing more of that. And one thing he does plan to do shortly after retirement is get in a trailer and take a trip all over the country, just exploring the country and seeing what things are like in different parts of our glorious country. And one thing I find pretty interesting about that is part of what he plans to do is to go to restaurants and play music. Maybe he gets a free meal out of the deal. Maybe he gets a little spending money or gas money. Good way to get to meet folks and just see different parts of the country. So that's pretty cool. You know, not a lot of people can do that or are willing to do that. So that's pretty neat. I think he's given himself the greatest Christmas gift he can because his last day here at the district is Christmas Eve. So Merry Christmas to Barry. He will be missed. He's a pleasure to work with and have here at the district. So please join me in congratulating Barry for his many years of service here at the district.
Thank you.
Anything you'd like to say, Barry?
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, board, for this time. When I was introduced to the board as a new hiree, one thing I mentioned was that it was nice driving around the community and neighborhoods and waving to people, and they waved back with a friendly wave with all fingers showing. I'm here to report on my account and what I experienced that nothing's changed. So we're still well liked. As Doug mentioned, I've hiked up some of the highest peaks of the district, carrying equipment and carrying a machete and working my way through. And I've been, like you said, down to the thermal lands, the heat waves, and just getting the job done. It's been great. I've really enjoyed it. I've worked with some really great people here, guys and gals both. And I've acquired friendships I believe will last throughout my lifetime. And that's something to be commended. So on that, thank you again.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Barry.
Okay. Before we enter into our next item of public comment, I just want to note for the public and for directors that there's been 2 changes to the agenda. Item 8 will be moved up to be heard after item 3, and that is because the folks from the Homeowners Association were asking to, you know, for a time more certain than waiting through the entire agenda. And then item 7 will be pulled, and this was Marvin's item he asked that we pull, and then we see that at the next board meeting.
Correct.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll be taking public comment on any items to be considered in closed session. Now, Chris, I've got a full screen here, so I'm not seeing our participants.
You stop it, or just participants?
Aha, there we go. Wow, we've got 39 here.
So it'd be star 9, I believe, to raise your hand if you
Right,
want to
so
speak
if
in
you
the
want
public.
to speak on any item that is to be considered in closed session, please hit star 9 and or raise your hand, and we will recognize you. Okay, I see none. Do you see any, Chris?
No.
Okay. Seeing none, we will adjourn briefly into our closed session. Thank you.
Oh, now we're
Up and
green.
running.
Okay.
Now we're running, okay. So Dustin, there will be a report out. Okay,
And
very good.
turn on these mics, because these mics are for the recording audio.
There you go.
There we go.
Somehow it shouldn't have to be this complicated.
There's been a lot of IT conversations, right?
I'll bet.
But yeah.
Is your thing good to
Yeah, good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We ready?
Ready?
Okay, we will close the closed session and open the open session, and our attorney, Dustin, will have a readout for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At 10:57, we're out of closed session. The announcement is that direction was given to legal counsel, and performance evaluations were conducted for the interim general manager and district secretary position.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, if there are members of the public who would like to comment on any item not on the agenda, now would be the time. Please raise your hand or place or dial *9. This is the time again, since we just joined. This is for public comment for items not on the agenda. Are there any comments? Okay, John Norton, unmute, please.
Good morning. I just wanted to congratulate and welcome the two new directors. And I would ask if they would offer to share what their priorities would be for the coming year 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Okay, is there other public comment? It is the intention of staff has recommended that we have a board retreat and workshop wherein that very subject that Mr. Norton just brought up will be spoken about and examined.
Towards the end of January.
Towards the end of January. And that will be a public,
Correct.
public is invited, like they always are, and we will be getting to know each other and talking about our priorities and goals and so on. So that will be scheduled,
And
and
I would say that was been very beneficial the last time we did it.
it was.
Really, including the meeting where we talked about strategic planning also. I thought that was both very good, very informative meetings.
Yeah. Okay, is there other public comment for items not on the agenda?
None, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing none, we will go next into our regular agenda. First is the consent agenda to approve the minutes of the meeting from November 18th and a resolution of appreciation for Dr. Scott Miller for his time serving as a director.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Call the roll, please, Madam Secretary.
Any comments? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Are there comments? Yes, sorry. Thank you very much.
We were not here at the last meeting.
Right, you
As
can't
director,
approve
so we're
it.
abstaining on that,
Yes,
but we can separate them.
yes, we should
Thank you.
separate.
You do not have to abstain.
Okay.
You can if you like, but you do not legally have to.
Correct.
So if you, what I've just said notwithstanding, if you still want to abstain, what I would ask for is we separate these two out into two separate motions.
Correct. Separate them.
Okay? Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, fine.
So we'll
Do you want to amend your motion?
So, let's see.
So you're gonna move the minutes.
Parliamentary, specific or just amend the motion?
I think you should, well, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
We'll leave it up to
The
you.
technicality of that.
Bring in Robert's rules now, huh?
So, Madam Secretary, I amend the motion to, approve the minutes of the special meeting first on the consent agenda.
I second. Thank you.
Second, is there any public comment about that or board comment? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Division 5,
Abstain?
Division 4. Aye. Division 3. Aye. Division 2.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Okay, and do we have a
Then
motion?
we'll move that we adopt a resolution of appreciation for retiring Director, Scott Miller.
And do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there public comment or board comment on this item?
The only comment I might make is I spoke with Scott Miller on this, and he was busy today, but he offered his appreciation and thanks to the board.
Great. Is there anyone anyone in the public who wants to make a statement? Seeing none, can we call the roll, please?
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 3. Aye. Division 2.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move into general orders. Valley View Access Road Construction Project. Conduct a public hearing after hearing testimony. Okay, I know that we have a PowerPoint on this. And Greg, who will be leading this?
Adrian Schneider should
Okay.
be on the line.
Hello, board. This is Adrian Schneider, senior engineer. I'm not on screen because I'm virtually VPNing. That's why you can't see my face, which might be a good thing. Good morning, board, staff. Welcome, Karen Hull and Rich Johansson. So I'm presenting the Valley View Access Road Construction Project, the ISMND. So the memo basically states that we've had a 30-day comment period. And at the end of the PowerPoint, we'll open public discussion, close, and then ask to adopt the resolution 2020-28. At this point, I'd like to ask Chris if you could put up the PowerPoint, please. Okay, this is the Valley View Access Road Construction Project, the initial study and mitigated negative declaration. Next slide, please. So I will briefly describe the project in general terms and then describe the mitigation measures. They are also going to be generalized and briefly discussed. If any detail is requested, I can get into the weeds on that one. After the mitigation measures, I will open and hear public testimony, and with no comment or any comment after that, we'll close public hearing. And after that, we will recommend to adopt the resolution. Next slide. The project is out in the rural area, so to speak. It's about 5 miles northeast of the downtown Lincoln. Next slide. This is a high-up view. What you see in the red dashed line going down the page is then to the right, and that is the new road that we intend to build. The black dash to the right of that is the private property owner's driveway, so to speak. And we've been using that in the last couple decades to get through his property and to cross to the south to get to Valley View Reservoir, which is the lower right corner of the image. As you can tell briefly, there's a white spot, a couple of their white trailers. We have gone through literally his backyard to get to the Valley View Reservoir. Had some access issues in the past with the property owner. The new property owner has been there, I think, for the last 2 or 3 years. Has been really patient and accommodating through this process. Therefore, we want to make it more efficient and better for the property owner to build the access road on the western part of his property and on the southern part as well. Next slide, please. So this shows the 2 crossings. The upper dashed orange line is a irrigation ditch, and it comes off our Calaga Springs Canal, which is to the right on the yellow. So that crossing will be detailed in a couple slides. So we'll cross that, which is basically our irrigation water that goes into the next property. And further below is a blue dashed line. That's an intermittent stream. Obviously, it runs more full during the wintertime when it rains. It dries up sometimes late summer, and that is the second crossing. There's a temporary construction access, so we'll get into his driveway and then turn going west. There's a temporary construction easement, which is the dashed line to the right of the hashed mark. And then the permanent easement is what you see that includes the red, which is the access road. Next slide, please. So this is the crossing of the irrigation ditch. It's a small flow. It'll be an 18-inch diameter ductile iron pipe, 20 feet long. So basically, we'll put it to the ditch. Stream or the irrigation ditch will be dried up. When we place the pipe, we'll add an inlet with sacked bags of concrete, put the dirt over it, and then reintroduce the irrigation water, and then finish that part of the construction. As you see the bottom of the page and to the right, it's the complete access road. There's a couple of, and it's kind of hard to see on the screen, I'm sure, but there's a couple of X's, and those are trees that we surveyed. There's X's outside of the easement and inside the easement. And those that are circled in red are the trees that we will definitely have to remove as part of this construction. So those trees, they're 11 oaks. They range in size from 7 inches diameter to 27 inches. So those are represented in those circles. As you can tell, to the right of this screen, there is a little shift of the road. So we did that to avoid cutting more trees than we had to. So we definitely are trying to avoid cutting oak trees, but those that we have circled are identified as definitely to be removed. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, thank you. So this is now the intermittent stream, and this is going to be directed through 2 36-inch diameter culverts. Any flows that we've encountered during construction, which would be late summer, will be diverted by pumping. If the stream is dry, so much the better, but that is our plan to avoid disrupting the natural flows. Again, it's the low part of the property. 2 large culverts will take care of wintertime flows. Over these culverts, we'll place the backfill and the roadway. Next slide. Next slide, please. All right, these are a few pictures. We're on the northwest corner of the property. So we're looking at the entrance to the new construction road. Going from left to right is the actual Calaga Springs Road that people use to get to their properties. So the fence off to the left is the western property line of the property owner, and the road's going to basically come into the page. Next slide. This is looking due west. This is the irrigation ditch. So you can tell it's pretty small. This is, I believe this was springtime. So this might not have been full summer flows, but here's where the 18-inch diameter culvert will be placed, and the roadway crosses over. Next slide. This is the intermittent stream, and again, the flows are likely just in springtime, but you can tell off to the left and a bit to the right. When it does flow, it carries a substantial amount of water, but this is where the 2 36-inch culverts will go. We're facing west into the page. Next slide. This is now the southern property line, and that's the fence that you can see just to the left of the 2 gentlemen. And the road will be just to the right going through that portion. Next slide. And that will be the end of that new access road. So what you see going left to right is the current road that we use. To the left is off the property owner's property. So we'll actually be coming from, looks like a horse, towards the gate, turn right, and get into the next property to access the reservoir. And that's pretty much the end of the project from start to finish. Next slide. So mitigation measures are these categories: the air quality, biological, cultural resources, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, and noise. And next slide, talking about air quality. So the general statement, the BMPs for air quality will follow the Placer County Air Pollution District Rule 288, which will be employed during construction. That includes dust control and other measures as well. Next slide. Biological resources, we have Bio 1 through Bio 4 on this slide. We'll do a special status plant survey in June. That's when those plants bloom. So we'll have to do that survey to make sure we find or do not find those plants. The Bio 2 are general construction measures. So we will limit the working area. That will essentially be within the construction easement and the permanent easement. We'll be limiting work hours, basically limiting vegetation removal, and remove all equipment when project is completed. Bio 3, as standard, we provide, or our consultant provides, pre-construction training to the construction staff for special status species, mitigation measures, and BMPs, and what to report during construction. The likely person that will be doing, the likely staff will be doing this is our maintenance staff. Bio 4, construction to be between June and February to avoid breeding foothill yellow-legged frogs. And prior to construction, we'll do surveys for the frogs and turtles. Next slide. And Bio 5 through Bio 8. So the Bio 5 is the California Water Act and Fish and Game Code compliance. So the permits 401, 404, and 1602 to be obtained if they are relevant, and all conditions in those permits will be implemented. And Bio 6 is the protection of special status raptors and bird nests. So construction is going to be between August 16th and February 26th to avoid bird nesting. Prior to construction, we'll do a bird nest survey between March 1st and August 15th. And if any bird nests are found, it will acquire buffers as mitigation. Bio 7 is a protection of riparian habitats. We will limit our vegetation removal to 0.02 acres, and vegetation outside of that area will be marked and avoided during construction. The protection of oak woodlands, the removal of the 11 oaks will be mitigated with a 1-to-1 replacement, and other oaks will be protected by marking and or fencing. Next slide, please.
Adrian, sorry to interrupt, but I do want to know, when you say 1-to-1 replacement, are these blue oaks? What kind of oaks are they, and where are they going to be replaced to? Where do we have mitigation property that you're putting these on, or are they going to be replaced on the parcel, the current, the owner's parcel?
Yeah, so I don't know if they're blue oaks, Ms. Peters, but what I've done in the past in the Placer project is that we worked with the Placer County agency, and they had a mitigation area that we planted these trees. We've done this with the emergency bypass from our Ophir Canal. So basically, we talked to Placer County. They have an area where we plant these trees, and that's how we work it out.
Okay, thank you.
So if we remove a blue oak, we'll plant a blue oak and
I think that's,
a live oak. Is that what you're saying?
that's how it works.
Yes.
Did you hear that, Adrian? Yeah, I think that's how it works.
I'm not sure, Ms. Peters, if it's specific to oak species. I would think possibly, but yeah, I know it's a 1-to-1 replacement.
Mm-hmm.
In the past, we've worked with, like Adrian said, the Placer Land Trust to identify additional areas for mitigation.
I just had a question.
Adrian, any program that you can pay a farmer to grow them?
I'll have to talk to the management for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Cultural resources. So this is our standard mitigation for cultural resources. If any paleontological, cultural, or tribal resources are found during work, it must stop, and archaeologists will be consulted. We have to move 150 feet or greater away and work, and we cannot work in that area until cleared by the archaeologist. And then discovery of human remains. If any bones or burials are found, we will contact an archaeologist. They in turn will contact the county coroner. Again, we will have to work 150 feet or greater away from this area until the remains have been cleared by the coroner and appropriate other parties as well. Next slide, please. The standard fire prevention measures has one, fire extinguishers on equipment, make sure there's spark arresters, portable communication equipment, and so forth will be as part of that mitigation measure. Next slide. Hydrology 1, water quality and best management practices. Erosion control structures such as DMPs will be used as needed. This work will be done in the summertime, so in terms of rain, that's not the primary issue, but it is in terms of redirecting the stream and making sure nothing gets in the stream. A SPCP plan will be created, which is based.
Nope. He was just muted himself.
Adrian, are you there? Please unmute yourself.
Back.
There you go.
I'm sorry. Computer's a little dead. Okay, so the SPC plan basically makes sure you don't have any drips and spills from equipment, and to protect the water to the intermittent stream and the irrigation ditch. In turn, maintenance, fueling, storage of equipment to be more than 50 feet away from wetted areas. Basic common sense. Maintenance materials will be appropriately stored in the staging areas away from the sensitive areas. Next slide, please. Noise 1. So typical work hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays, not before or after, or sunrise to sunset. And then weekend work is not preferred, but if needed, not before 8 a.m. and not after 7 p.m. Sound control devices such as mufflers will be acquired in all vehicles. It's standard. We are asked to change equipment locations to other areas if that is possible during construction. And then the idling of equipment to be 5 or fewer minutes to reduce that noise impact. Next slide, please. Before I open for public comment, any questions from the board members? I feel I ran through that pretty quickly.
At this time, are there any questions? Yeah, Karen Hall has a question.
Not a question, Adrian, but just an observation of how much detail and work went into the preparation of this package and to ensure that the project is executed well. So I really appreciate the work of you and others. I did have one question. I noticed that I think it's on the western edge of the way the road is being rerouted, that now it goes very close to the property owner on the, next door. And is there any concern about that person then squawking about the road going by their property, or is that just tough patoots, you have the opportunity to put your road wherever you want it? I'm not saying you, but I mean, we're moving it from the one property owner where the road exists right next to the other property owner. So I'm just making sure that that property owner's not, have we consulted with them?
Good question.
Thank you, Ms. Hull. So I did reach out by phone to the adjacent property owner to the west, and I made sure that she and her husband got a hard copy of the ISMND, and she didn't respond back to any comments specifically, but thanks for reminding me. The property owner himself asked me to consider a dust fence along that property line because he didn't want to impact his property owner or his neighbor to the west, and that was his request. So nothing specifically from that property owner west of this area, but that's the comment we've got back from the property owner himself.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Adrian, this is Director Beerway, and I was curious about the, I see there's materials cost in here, but I'm assuming the staff is going to build this, or is that a wrong assumption?
I'm sorry, I heard you said staff was going to build this. If that's what you're saying correctly, we're assuming maintenance will get to this next year.
Okay. And was this ongoing, the instigation of this was from the property owner, from NID, or together, I assume? Because the long-standing driving through.
Yeah.
Lots of NID roads drives right through, by the house, through everything, right?
Yeah, it was basically, as I understand from our right-of-way department, the previous property owner, it was sometimes not the best of relationships because we basically, as we do now, run straight through his property. So there's sometimes when we had access limitations. Like I said, the new property owner who's been there, I think 3 or 4 years, is really accommodating. He understands, he works with us. And we've been working back and forth with that property owner to get to this ISMND and to this point in time. So I hope that answers your questions.
Then was the easement, mutually acceptable, I assume?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay. Adrian, this is Ricky. I have one question. What is the anticipated length of time from start of construction to completion? Like how long are people going to be dug up?
I believe that our maintenance department said six weeks.
Oh,
Quick.
that's really quick. That's great. Okay, thank you.
I got a question.
Oh, yes.
Hi, Adrian, Director Johansson. Did the document take more money to prepare than the actual construction cost?
That was my question.
Well, I'll answer that. This project was sent for maintenance to our engineering department. I don't know that answer. I'm sorry, off the top of my head. I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
That's what's required now.
It's the law. I mean, that's the way it is.
I have to
Yeah.
say, you know, anyway.
Right.
I mean, understood, but if we're looking, how do we cut costs?
Yeah.
Well, you can't.
So I
You gotta do them. You gotta do it.
I can answer that question. Typically, ISMNDs are anywhere between $30,000 to $50,000 for that report segment.
Yep. Are there further questions, and then I'll open the public comment period. Oh, yes, Dustin.
Can I be recognized? There's just a little nit. We are technically opening a public hearing.
A public hearing.
There's an
Okay.
added formality to this, given that it's DFWLE and we're
Yes.
required to conduct a hearing.
Okay.
So please use those magic words.
I will use that.
The second thing is, given the heightened formality, I noticed Ms. Brown raised her hand, so I'm assuming we're going to have at least her comment. During the public hearing, this is a one-way dialogue from public to board and staff. Once the public hearing is closed, you can then direct staff to answer the questions. The dialogue then opens up at that point.
Thank you.
So, and for purposes of the board and the public, this is a one-way dialogue once we get into the hearing.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, I now declare the public hearing open, and we will take comment.
Mrs. Brown?
Ms. Brown, you want to unmute yourself? There she is. I see your picture. There you are.
Good morning, Board. And so thank you for the clarification that this is a one-way conversation, but hopefully the question can be answered. I appreciate the detail and material that is presented for this project. And the question that I raise is specifically with regard to the biological mitigation measure number 6 about buffers if bird nests are found. My question is, what if there are bird nests found in those trees that are scheduled to be removed? So I'll take an answer once the public hearing is closed, but I did not find that in the document which I reviewed. And thank you for providing the level of detail that you did and following the California Environmental Quality Act for these projects. I very much appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there other questions or comment from the public? Star 9 or raise your hand, please. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. With that, then, I will close the public hearing. Is that correct, Dustin?
Yes.
Okay. And then at this time, we can answer. Is there consultants here that can answer Ms. Brown's question?
I don't know, it may be Adrian.
Or maybe Adrian
Adrian?
can answer that. Is that something you can answer or have to get back to us?
I will. I have Sarah Reese from Janelle Nolan and Associates and Environmental Consulting. I'm going to make a guess, but I will ask Sarah to back me up. So, great question, Mrs. Brown. I believe if there's a bird nest, we wait until the bird nesting season's done and then cut the tree down, but I will like to refer to Sarah Reese if she can answer that question.
It looks like she's with us. Are you there,
Yes,
Sarah?
I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yes. So the buffer essentially would preclude the removal of that nest as long as the nest is active. So it would be a biological monitor looking at the nest to make sure it had fledged and everyone was safely away from the nest before the tree was removed. Additionally, we will be getting CDFW permits for this project, which will likely, the water permits will likely include a measure for birds as well. And so as part of that, we would likely be folding CDFW in, so they would be aware of what was going on and guiding the removal of that tree at the appropriate time.
Okay. Does that need to be listed as a mitigation? Does that, to Ms. Brown's point, she said that she did not find anything in the documents that addressed specifically bird nests for trees to be.
If there is a request to clarify that aspect of the mitigation measure, we can certainly do that.
Seems like that's
Baked
done.
into it, but it's not explicitly stated.
Okay. Comment, Greg?
I think this is a draft document, or is this final? So let me jump in.
Yes.
I don't think, when you get into
This is
modifying mitigation.
Dustin, our attorney, our counsel.
Good morning, Dustin Cooper, legal counsel. If the board is inclined to provide that direction, then provide the direction. What makes me nervous is amending a CEQA document on the fly, which.
Yeah, got it.
If there's a significant issue, this is not a significant issue, but if there was a significant issue, what I would do, what staff would do, is we would ask to pull the item. Here's a comment. Oh, the comment has raised a new issue. That's one that we ought to consider. Okay, we're not prepared to now take action. We'll bring this back to you. And then we would come back with amendments, response to that question. Because this is a good point, but it's more in the minor category, I would say, I would ask that you just provide direction to staff, and kind of maybe not in the letter of the mitigation measure, but it's within the margin, so to speak, to implement it in the way that you would like. And then that way we don't have to go back and make amendments and renotice this, and trail this to a future board meeting.
Okay. Does anyone want to comment?
What did he say to do?
Yes,
Adopt.
please.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2020-28, adopting a mitigated negative declaration, approve the project and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Valley View Access Road and Construction Project, and to also direct staff to ensure that the bird nesting is fledged and clear before removing any trees.
Great.
I second.
Great. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there public comment about this? Sid, did you want to make one last comment?
Yeah, I have one.
Oh, wait. I just called on her, so she raised her hand. Sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Sid.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I certainly do not wish to have to go through this process again. So I appreciate the board taking the concern seriously, directing staff to make sure that the proper procedures are followed. So I just want to thank you for that.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Ricky.
Yes, and we have a comment by.
So under Bio 6, protection of special status raptors bird nest construction between August 16th and February 26th to avoid bird nesting. Number 2, pre-construction survey for bird nests between March 1st and August 15th. And number 3, found bird nests will require space buffers as mitigation.
Right, but it doesn't say not cut the trees if they find a bird nest. That's
So what's a buffer?
Well, what's above, yeah, you wouldn't go, you're.
Well, I don't know,
Buffer, you
but I
wouldn't
think we got it covered here.
go- I do too.
we do.
I think it covers.
I think we have it covered.
But I thought it was in the,
Yeah.
maybe
Okay,
wrong.
let's see. I think we are ready for a vote, Madam Secretary.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Thank you very much, and thank you, Sid, for your comment. Next, we will be taking up, as I mentioned, the item of the Loma Rica, we're moving item, okay, I can't find it on my agenda, but we're moving the item of Loma Rica up. Loma Rica.
It's
Right.
number 8 in the packet.
Thank you. Number 8 in
We'll
the
be
packet,
addressing that
up
one
to be
next.
heard next. I see that a couple of the folks from that region are up on in our audience, so let's begin with that item.
Yeah, and we should have Shannon on the line and Doug Roderick.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Shannon.
Perfect. Good morning. This is Shannon Wood. I'm the Business Services Technician here at NID. The item before you is addressing two components of one project. First, approvals that I may continue working with the property owners of the Loma Rica District Finance Waterline Extension Project, and second, the associated budget amendments to rollover funds from the 2020 budget to the 2021 budget. First, I'd like to take this opportunity to review and educate you on Section 10.20 of NID Rules and Regulations relating to water service, district financed waterline extensions. This is a unique program, and it's been my experience that if you hold your questions until the end, it will provide for a more comprehensive overview, and your questions may be answered throughout my presentation. I will review program highlights, the process in general, and then specific details of the project before you. This is a community investment program, and just as the name implies, it was designed to invest back into the community. It is intended to assist with the extension of treated water service, which is why it's a waterline extension program. Essentially, the district fronts 100% of project cost as long as there is a financial commitment from at least 50% of the property owners that can be served. For example, if 20 parcels can be served from a new length of pipe, commitment must come from at least 10 of those property owners. This is, excuse me, this is an internal program. Payback is not collected through county tax rolls. The payback is billed along with the customer's water bill. This program has evolved over the years as we get feedback from property owners and/or by staff suggesting improvements, all for board consideration. The District Financed Waterline Extension Program is meant for existing neighborhoods, not for developments such as subdivisions or commercial projects. There are soft targets, excuse me. There are soft targets that have been established to provide some structure to the program. A minimum of 6 to a maximum of 40 parcels with no more than 20% being undeveloped. This is a voluntary program. However, as previously mentioned, there is a minimum participation of at least 50% to have a successful project. Those who participate by executing a funding agreement receive financing with the following terms. Based on a not-to-exceed estimate for the project, they will pay a 10% deposit at the beginning of the project and finance the remaining 90% cost over 30 years. There is a surcharge which compensates the district for loss of interest earnings as a result of lending on a district project. Funding agreements are recorded with the appropriate county recorder's office. At the conclusion of construction, the district reconciles all project cost and payback is calculated on actual expenses of the project. Non-participating property owners have until the end of the project to participate under these terms. And once the project is complete, any non-participating property owner can always request a meter in the future and pay the appropriate then current meter connection fees and escalated project costs. Reviewing the process in general terms. When a property owner wants to initiate a district finance waterline extension project, a petition must be circulated. This demonstrates interest from the collective neighborhood that more information is wanted regarding treated water service. There is no financial commitment at this time. I do stress that when talking with their neighbors, they should communicate that it is a financing program and may cost tens of thousands of dollars. Once a petition is received, I map those who have signed it, create a conceptual area, and assign an engineer to establish the project, the length of pipe, size of pipe, parcels to be served, etc. Then the engineering committee reviews this project conceptually, recognizes the project, and adds it to my list. This allows the group to be in line for available funds. Once the budget is available, I request a project engineer to prepare a project estimate, which is the not-to-exceed estimate. At this point, the Administrative Practices Committee reviews the financial components and advances a recommendation to the Board of Directors. It's important to note that several years may have gone by between a petition being received and the Board of Directors approving staff to communicate with the property owners about the potential project. Right now, there are 3 more projects that have been recognized by the Engineering Committee, all in 2019, and probably will not go to the APC Committee for review until 2022 or later. This process of 2 separate committee reviews and creating a priority list was a function to more effectively work with several interested groups. After board approval, I schedule a neighborhood kickoff meeting, and at this point, the responsibility of communication transfers from the representative to me. I invite all property owners on record and follow up with them if they do not attend the informational meeting. I make every attempt to make sure that they have all the information that they need to make a decision to participate or not. They then have 30 days to submit an application. Of those who submit an application, I send letters requesting the 10% deposit, of which they have 30 days to submit. Then funding agreements are prepared for all those who have applied and submitted deposits. Within 60 days, the Board of Directors considers the agreements for execution. Subsequently, staff works on CEQA, the project engineer typically does the design, and we usually bid out for construction. After project completion, the project engineer reconciles all expenses. I send a summary letter to participants, and customer service sends standby letters to all non-participants. Then billing begins. Now for the project specifically, which is in Division 2. I will say at the APC meeting last week, it was assumed that this project was in Division 1, but it's just on the border of these 2 divisions. I typically confirm this when
it's on the border then, I guess. Okay.
Yes. I typically confirm this when inviting the appropriate director to attend the kickoff meeting. Should be attending the meeting today are 2 representatives. Louise Taylor represents the Wawona-Madrona Homeowners Association, and Brent Kogel representing the Sierra Woodlands subdivision. Both have kept in close communication with me throughout the last 3 years. I received the petition for this project in 2017. Again, I'll remind you that the petition merely demonstrates an interest for more information from the area. The area as a whole did not meet the then current 60% participation level. However, there was a concentrated interest from Lee Lane and the east side of Loma Rica Drive, so staff modified the project area. The entire petition area would have been a project of approximately 7,600 feet of pipe, potentially serving 43 parcels. It was modified to a project of approximately 3,200 feet of pipe, potentially serving 20 parcels. As the staff report indicates, the Engineering Committee reviewed and recognized the modified project in January of 2018. Now comes all the waiting for the funds to be available, 2 full years. In 2020, when I began looking at this project again, I realized that the program requirement had changed from 60% minimum participation to 50% minimum participation. That doesn't sound like a big change, but in some cases makes the difference of a project being successful or not. Understanding that a primary goal of this program is to get water to people who need or want treated water, staff discussed how to proceed and decided to consider the entire project as presented through the initial petition, giving all interested an opportunity. The project engineer prepared an estimate for the entire project, which resulted in a $1.4 million project. The 2020 budget would not cover these costs, therefore I did not bring the project to APC earlier in 2020 as originally planned. The approach then was to use funds from both the 2020 budget and the 2021 budget after the 2021 budget was approved. The group would have to wait until the 4th quarter for committee consideration. In July of 2020, as the 2 previous district finance projects were wrapping up, the Loma Rica Drive project was added to the project status list, which is regularly reviewed at the Engineering Committee as activity was beginning. Then, the district finance waterline extension budget was not funded in the approved 2021 budget. I communicated this to the 2 representatives with no solution to move forward. Brent was the one who called me and asked, what project can we do with the funds available from the 2020 budget? What a creative idea to work backwards. I confirmed with Marvin that there is $917,000 available now, but at the end of the year I'm out of time. hence the request for the rollover budget amendments. With $917,000 available, I asked the project engineer to create a project with the least amount of pipe, serving the most amount of people, meeting all the program requirements. So the project before you consists of approximately 4,300 feet of 8-inch pipe, 4 public fire hydrants, potentially serving 29 parcels. This amounts to $41,905 per parcel, the project plus a meter. Now, this amount represents 2020 connection rates, although we will have to use 2021 connection rates if the project goes forward. Now for the breakdown of cost. The overall project cost estimate is $916,232, of which $37,270 will be district participation, leaving a balance of $878,962 to be recovered through either funding agreements or future district reimbursement. The staff report on page 2 shows the financial breakdown. There's 3 groups of information. One is the overall project cost. The second is how NID recovers the money spent. And the third are the connection fees, represented by 2020 rates. For the sake of showing calculations, I assumed a minimum participation, 15 participants and 14 future connections. However, there could be 20 participants and 9 future connections. This is just a snapshot in time. Basically, it shows a cash deposit amounts being received at the beginning of the project, deferred revenue through executed funding agreements, and district reimbursements through future connections. I'd be happy to review that breakdown or answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Other questions from board members? Laura.
Hi, Shannon, this is George Peters.
Hi.
Hi, so I just had a few questions because the approved project from 2016, or the recommended project from the engineering committee, has 3,200 feet, and I know you breezed over, you said this, the whole project is 7,000 feet of pipe, but we don't see any figures showing 7,000 feet of pipe.
So when the project goes to the engineering committee, we're not putting together a cost estimate at that time. It's just for conceptual review, and really the function of the engineering committee is to recognize that this area or this group of property owners wants to use our district financed program. So it's merely recognizing that it's a potential project or a potential group that will be wanting to utilize this program.
Okay, and so it says that the project was reduced to fit the budget, but really it was increased to fit the budget. I mean, we went from 3,200 feet of pipe to 4,300 feet of pipe.
Right. So when the petition came in for the entire area, it would have been the largest project at 7,600 feet of pipe.
What would
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What would that have included? Would it have gone all the way to where that 36 ductile iron and 16-inch steel pipe goes on Loma, Rica?
Yeah. Chris, can you share the maps? It might help illustrate the areas. So the very first map, this one that you're seeing, would represent the entire petition area that came in. So I go through and highlight anybody who signed the petition showing interest, and then the amount of pipe, and you can see that the very last yellow highlighted parcel, I have to, obviously I'm starting from point A, which is where an existing pipe is, and going to the very furthest interested party. So covering all of those interested parties, it would mean putting in this amount of pipe. Now, in 2018, when you look at this ratio, it did not meet 60% participation. So it's really hard for me to take all of this to engineering committee and say, let's go forward with this project. So I did mention it in my staff report that this was the petition that came in, but engineering then looked at a smaller project. If you roll to the second map, this is the project that met the criteria of the participation level at that time. So as engineering looked at this boundary, it doesn't necessarily mean that this was the specific project. It's just an illustration. And so then if you roll down to the third map, this is what can be done with the money available at this point. So it is a modification of the two projects.
Yeah, we've never been presented that first map.
Yeah, I never saw that first map, so that's.
This was the questions we
Well,
asked.
you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have.
We wouldn't have, because we asked all these questions, APC, about those other parcels, and how the water, because it's really close to the water from the water treatment plant from Loma, Rica, and got a lot of clarification there. So this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does now.
So we have firm commitments from these 17 parcels that they're
No.
gonna opt in?
No. So the other part, I mean, this is a very fluid process. It's a unique program that was created internally. So it's hard to get commitment before you have a project. It's kind of a chicken and an egg thing. The district needs to say, I'm willing to spend $900,000, and then we go out to the property owners and say, this is what it's going to cost you. Do you want to sign up? We either then get the financial commitment from 50% of those property owners, or we don't. I can't go to them and say, I don't know how much it's going to cost, but do you want a firm commitment and say that you want to participate, and then come to the board and say, now do you want to spend $1 million? So this is the best scenario that we've come up with over the years of a process where it used to be that someone would say, we want to do a district finance program. So I had several projects, and they all wanted to work at different paces, and they would ask questions, and then I was just jumping around from project to project. So we created this process where, okay, a petition comes in, let's get it to engineering and recognize it as a group of people who wants to use the program. At that point, then I'm making a priority list. I can say, you're in line, you're next in line, you're third in line, and at that point, I don't talk to those, I say in communication, but we don't actually talk about project details again until budget is available, because once budget is available, then I can create an estimate, I can get to the nitty-gritty of a project boundary, and then I can go out to the property owners and say, these are the facts. This is what it's going to cost. I mean, if 2 years goes by, our connection fees go up, the materials could go up, construction costs could go up. So there's no sense in doing a project estimate earlier in the process when I have to wait for the district to have money to spend.
Shannon, this is Greg. To be clear, though, the parcels in yellow on the map that's on the screen, these were individuals at the time that indicated they wanted.
So these were individuals in 2017 that signed a petition that said that they wanted more information about this program to get treated water to this area. Now, I don't check in with them over the 3 years to make sure that they're still interested. Some property ownership could have changed. They could have sold their house by now. They could have lost their job and changed their mind. They could have come into some money and want to now participate. Maybe their wells went dry. I mean, a lot of different circumstances can change over 2-3 years. And so what happens is, I don't necessarily know. They were interested at one time, yes. Now it's time to reach out to current property owners, make sure that it's all who owns the property now, and get them the information of the program as it is today.
Shannon, this is Director Heck. I spent some time on the phone yesterday with Brent Kogel and Louise Taylor, and they actually do have 3 more people that have indicated, very substantial interest, and one potential that may drop out. So it sounds like it would be more served than what this map represents, which I thought was great.
So Brent called me and let me know kind of that update of some more that were interested and some changing circumstances, and that is good to have an update. However, it's not really crucial until it's time that we have a kickoff meeting. Because at that time, we have a 30-day clock that allows these property owners to apply for this project. And like I said, this project is really working backwards from what Marvin told me was available in this particular budget. So this is the shortest amount of pipe serving the most amount of people. If you had taken off the leg going down Madrona Leaf Court and extended that same length of pipe but going up Loma Rica Drive, you don't pick up the number of connections or potential connections going that direction. So this is the most efficient project that you can build with the money available.
Well, I just want to say, I thought this was really creatively done, the way you backed into it with taking the budget and figuring out what you could do for the budget. So I thought that was well done. Go ahead, Laura.
So none of these other parcels on Loma Rica Drive between the existing pipes, and there's like 15 or 20 parcels along there, none of them expressed any interest whatsoever in 2016 or 2018, is that correct?
No, they did. Some of the people who signed the petition back in 17 are being excluded because we cannot do a $1.4 million project.
And so then this is such a general question. We can do budget amendments at any time, right? And so it seems like on this project we should develop it, because a through pipeline is always better than a dead end.
So it can't be, this particular pipeline cannot be connected to the pipeline as shown on the west side of Loma Rica Drive. It's a different pressure zone. So they wouldn't be tied together.
Oh, they would never be tied together. No.
Doug can pop in and correct me, but I believe that's the case.
Yeah, that's correct, Shannon. That's the Loma Rica system. This is the E. George system coming down there, so we would not be intertying those connections at that location.
So if the folks going, continuing west on Loma Rica Drive wanted to participate, that would just be another DFWLE essentially at another time.
Yes.
Of this system that we're.
Of this particular system.
Yeah.
Right, because it'd have to come.
E. George system.
The E. George
Right
system.
now, there's not 50% down there, right?
Well, plus we don't have the budget
We don't have
that
the
we've made yet.
I agree with Laura.
Yeah, I agree.
That way is another way of backing in, but if we don't have 50%.
I'd be happy if you made a budget amendment and we can try to do the whole project.
Right. Well, it seems to make some sense if we had the participation, to get that water all the way down there.
The thing of it is, too, is when you look at these projects, because hopefully you'll see more in the future, the project as a whole, all 43 parcels, the entire project area, if we were to spending that money and I kick it off to all of those property owners, what happens is as applications come in, if I don't get applications for the entire project area in the past, we then look at, we go through that same exercise that we did before engineering committee. If I get applications concentrated in one area where I can make a smaller project happen, then we shrink it down and we do a project that helps get treated water to those that we can under our guidelines. So that would be the same function of you kind of asked, well, why didn't we ever see this particular map before? You might see the whole map in the beginning, but as the project goes forward and people actually make a real decision to spend money, they commit to executing a funding agreement, you might see something short of that full project because we're working within the guidelines of a program and trying to get treated water to where we can.
Shannon, this is Director Johansson. This may be directed towards Marvin more. So if you do we approve this, get the project going, you have so much money under this program, can the ones that are the extension, can they go out and do a revenue bond or help them do a revenue bond where they pledge so much and that way that project can be completed?
I
don't know if they need a bond. I think they
Finish it up to the 1.4.
This is Marvin, the finance manager.
Congratulations, Director Johansson and Director Hall. The district has the 1.4 million because we are determining that this project qualifies for capacity fee use.
Mm-hmm.
Our capacity fees now are about $6 million.
Mm-hmm.
So the district has the money to do this. This is a change in practice.
Right.
Initially, we weren't using capacity fees for these projects, but now we can. And so the district has it. We simply need to amend the budget amendment to include 1.4 million, and we got it done.
So the next question then, would that also be including the backbone extension program to Lake Wildwood?
The backbone extension program, it's not a use of capacity fees unless it is actually expanding the system. And Justin can correct me on this.
Yeah, that's,
You can only use capacity fees under certain defined circumstances. This is one my office looked at, we were comfortable with it, but other fact patterns would need to be analyzed. So I don't want to answer off the cuff, but we need to look at each potential project to see if it would be eligible for the use of capacity fees.
This was not, the budget amendment was an amendment to move Roll 2020's budget into utilize, not to add into the 1.4 mark. I just want to be clear, we're not looking to amend and add to. Even though capacity fees are a growing concern, we're looking at the 2020's budget and not looking to increase that budget.
So this budget will be using capacity fees. So even if we would increase the budget, it would not impact the unrestricted reserves. So these are restricted reserves we're using.
correct.
Marvin, the question though, however, was, should this go through, the rest of the folks on Loma Rica, I want to get back to your question. If they wanted to extend that line themselves, for instance, if NID didn't have budget to do that, right, could they go out and get some other form of revenue bond to extend that line? Is that what your question is?
Yes.
And Marvin, is there an opportunity for that individual group to do something like that, and they do it on their own?
And my understanding, it doesn't correct me, my understanding for them to accomplish something like this, they got to put that on the election, they got to put that on the election, and rather than do all of that to raise a revenue fund, if the district can simply use an additional $500,000 of this capacity fee, seems like practically the best way to go.
Yeah. Right, seems simpler.
Yeah.
So that makes sense in this project. Other projects may be different.
Other projects may not qualify, and Dustin and I spoke. When a parcel connects into the system, it's using capacity in the treatment plant.
Right.
Regardless of how it connects, it's using capacity. When you extend a transmission line, there may not be anyone connecting into the transmission line. It may not be taking up capacity, so it's kind of a technical, can you use the fees for that?
That's what
Gotcha.
would qualify.
Yeah, in some instances it may not if you don't have anybody connecting in, going into the capacity of the treatment plant.
Laura, have a question.
I have a question. So we've determined that this pipeline, so all of these parcels, all the way up to where, to about the 16-inch and 36-inch, would all be fed off of this 10-inch and 8-inch from E. George, right? It would never tie into that.
Right, and I asked Doug if there was enough capacity, he said yes.
Yeah, and so it seems like that if we just did this now and spent $916,000 for these people, and then if we had to do another project, it would probably be another $900 or $1 million to remobilize and re-advertise and redesign and redo everything. So it seems like at this time, we should see if these other 20 or however many other on the rest of this line, and do this as a holistic project, like figure one. And then we could always do a budget amendment when we determine
There's
right,
participation.
and there's participation and everybody wants to do it. And if it turns out that nobody passed that Madrone, lead court interested in participating, there's not enough participation, then we do a budget amendment to do this.
So would we be talking about having to amend the policy, not amend, what's it called when you have a special case,
Variance?
A variance.
for the percentage? If
No.
we-
No.
No, we're not talking about any variances.
No, we
percentage.
still have to meet
But
the,
aren't we going there though by extending the pipe? If we,
No, we'd make
we
sure,
wouldn't
there's
extend the
not
pipe
enough-
until we had participation.
until we had participation.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
yeah, until everybody, you know, until we look at it as a holistic project instead
I'm
of
on.
reviewing this
Okay, you're
little
with us.
section.
This is good.
I'm on.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a good idea, Laura. I think,
That is a good idea.
So maybe let me understand this a little bit more.
Yeah.
What you're contemplating is inquiring with the remainder of the parcels that are north, Loma Rica Drive north, up to the 36-inch.
Chris, can you bring up that figure 1 again?
Yeah.
That's it. I mean,
So
we
the
would've
rest of those
like
parcels,
that.
the rest of those parcels
Yeah.
going west along Loma Rica,
Mhm.
Right,
inquire with them. If there is a critical mass
of the entire system.
that matches, that remainder entire system that matches our rules and regs of the 50%, the board is willing and interested in pulling this back into a $1.4 million project and supplying the whole parcel.
And doing it at once.
And doing, yes,
yes.
yes, I think that's true. But the caveat for me is I wouldn't want that to, you know, it's sort of like, I see approving, if everyone was willing, the first phase, as Shannon has here, with the direction that we're okay with continuing on down Loma Rica, if the participation is there. In other words, I wouldn't want to wait till the participation is there down the
So
road.
moving this first
That's what we've always
916,
done.
Yeah.
moving this first 916 budget rollover over
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
saying yes, at the same time directing staff to identify those parcels and see if there's an interest given a certain period of time, because once this goes to bid, it's
Right.
either all or nothing.
Right.
Right? And so prior to that, having that interest level, and if that interest level meets our 50% threshold of all parcels along the line,
I'm asking what, okay,
and
yeah.
then we come back and ask for the remainder
Is that
budget
correct?
amendment into fulfilling this overall project.
Right, because I wouldn't want this first project to be contingent upon getting these others.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be the process which I normally go forward with, doing a kickoff meeting to the entire area, seeing who submits an application, and creating the project based on that.
Mhm.
Knowing that the potential is to spend $1.4 million if people want to participate.
Mhm.
So Shannon, looking at your history, looking at the history and rubbing the crystal ball, if this is sort of be dangling a carrot, would that be helpful to dangle this carrot to those people?
I believe, it's an opportunity for them to get the treated water to their area. It's just a matter of presenting the program as I did today with all of the details of how to finance, what it's going to cost, what this project costs for them specifically, and giving them the time to make that decision and apply. And wanting to submit a 10% deposit and wanting to execute a funding agreement with the district. So it's hard to say before you kick it off and see what kind of attendance you have, what kind of interest you have, how many people call with questions.
So,
Shannon, with the per person cost, we're talking about, in my head, I have to talk about phase 1 and phase 2, but, the folks in phase 1, Louise Taylor and Brent and the Emeralds and, the folks that are in that phase 1, would their per parcel cost rise if we extended it out further, or would it be roughly the same? Do you know?
I would have to have it calculated. I believe it would be similar, because typically what happens is when the density is very like throughout an entire project, it can be similar, but I would have to have that calculated.
Okay.
Director Johansson, Shannon, so I've been told that construction costs double about every 5 years. Is that what you find out?
I don't actually track that in that fashion, But did you have a specific question regarding construction costs?
I think
That
he's
was from
just
a
making
construction
an
Just
company.
making the,
I think it's,
so,
Okay.
okay, so there's interest in then the existing, recommendation as is, the 916. Shannon would have to go through a full community-wide,
she's gonna do that anyway,
she's
though.
gonna do that anyway. And then by the time we'll know what that upper, level is and estimate costs.
And did I hear from you, Director Heck, that we have firm commitments on these 15, that's the one and the 3 more?
Well, I don't think I can say that. You know, you don't have, in my world, you don't have a firm commitment when someone signs a document and gives them a check. And that process hasn't happened yet. Yeah, and in fact, I would invite, at the proper time here, the folks there from the homeowners association to speak to that.
Yeah.
This is Doug. I do have, I'd like to make a point of clarification. When we look at the overall project, that will make a difference in what this smaller group's cost per parcel would be, because it's going to be spread out over the whole project. And if I remember right, looking back at the original estimate for the full project, which was the $1.4 million, I think it was roughly $32,000 plus some change for the parcels. Whereas now with this little bit smaller one, I think the estimate, Shannon, correct me if I'm wrong, is like 30,000. So for the construction cost component. So I just thought we just need to make sure that we understand that in building the full project and we move forward with the full project, it will ultimately affect the cost per parcel.
And when was the 1.4 million estimate,
Probably
estimated?
more now.
That estimate was provided in, I believe, March of this year.
So this has been going on all year long.
Well,
We've been actively working on it all year, is that correct?
Well, once 2020 started, yeah, then I started working with this particular project again, getting into the details of it. The project engineer was starting to look at the details of easements that might be required or right-of-way, components. So yeah, we did start working on looking at the project earlier this year.
It's never been to engineering. It was waiting for funding,
It was just waiting.
like everything else, yeah.
Yes, just like everything else.
I basically had a decision to bring this item to APC and ask for more money, ask for a budget amendment, ask for a certain amount to be funded in the 2021 budget, but it was elected to wait for the 2021 budget before bringing it to APC to request using both budgets.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to get some public comment. Are we done here as directors?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this would be the time for anyone from the public, and I know that Brent and Louise are both on the line. You guys want to weigh in? Okay. Oh, fine. Louise, mine just disappeared. The screen went completely blank. So I'm going to have to depend on you to call on folks. Thank you.
I believe I was called on. I'm not sure.
Yes.
All
Yes,
right.
Louise. Hi, this is Ricky, and welcome to our board meeting.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm excited about the idea of extending the project. A lot of the people on Madrona Leaf Court that you saw who had not wanted to participate in this, the white lots, did so because they couldn't afford it. I talked to several yesterday and they just couldn't afford the cost. So my very rough calculations, we would be adding 15 if we did the whole project. If the costs were about 1.4 million, I think it would, and there only 5 had expressed in 2017 of those 15, their interest in participating. So let's assume it stays at 5 for this purpose of calculating. We would decrease to a 55% interest as opposed to the current 62% interest with just the shorter project, the 916,000 project. But I think it would decrease the per parcel cost And I'm quite excited about that potential because of the several people who've told me that they couldn't afford it.
Okay,
You're supposed to be talking.
that's okay. Sorry, anybody
She's
wanna?
coming back.
Technical difficulties here. Thank you, Louise. So to answer Director Peters' question about firm commitments versus soft commitments, can you help Director Peters and all of us, inform us about what you think, at least in this area that we began talking about yesterday, how many of those folks do you feel are going to participate? Louise, I was talking to Louise.
Still there?
I've got unmute. Yes.
There you go.
I'm sorry, it went on.
Well,
I think we're talking about 29 participants at the moment with the project that just goes down to Madrona Leaf Court and covers that. And we had 19 who have expressed an interest. Now, confirmed commitments, no. Nobody is willing to make confirmed commitments until they know the actual cost.
Sure, of course, right.
That's 62%, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Thank you. And now, yeah, we have Brent. Are you here, Brent?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to make a correction. I thought I heard you say that it went from about 30,000 per parcel to a little bit over 32,000 if you did the whole thing. So the price per parcel actually goes up if you run the pipeline and do the entire project. Because 1.4 million divided by 43, I believe, is 32,000 and some change. So to Louise's point about it being, it would actually be more expensive than, is that correct?
That
hasn't been calculated yet.
I don't think it's been calculated fully.
It's a potential for sure.
So the 1.4 million is more of a little bit more of a rougher estimate than the current $916,000 estimate.
Well, the 1.4, I think maybe Doug or Shannon will have to weigh in here, but I think the 1.4 is for that expanded project that we're talking, taking it all the way to the line of Wawona-Madrona.
Yes, so this is Shannon, and I just pulled up the cost estimate for the 1.4. Brent is correct that when you take the 1.4 million divided by 43 parcels that can potentially be served, it is just a bit over 32,000 plus meter fees. At the kind of in-between project of 29 parcels, it is more of a $30,000 plus meter fees. So it really depends. I mean, we're something a little north of 30,000 plus meter fees, but it's going to ultimately depend on where everyone lands. If we get the consolidated interest that looks something slightly different than what you've seen today, it might be 31,000 plus meter fees or 33,000 plus meter fees. It really depends on who applies for the project.
Got it.
Okay. So we need a couple more applicants.
But the question on the table today is the budget amendment.
That's right.
And that gets what you were referring to as this phase one.
Right.
This first piece.
Right.
Once the community groups get together, then
Shannon
and Doug will know more of interest. And if I'm hearing there's interest from the board to add more funding to help bring these folks together, should it make financial sense to the group, then we'd be coming back to the board for that budget amendment again.
Our job today is just to move this along.
That's right.
That's right. We're not asking.
Yeah, but it was a good discussion because I think to Director Pierce's point, the more we can look at it holistically and not have to come back and do it, which would be more expensive for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, you ready for a motion?
Yeah, so I'm ready for a motion.
I want to ask one quick thing of my engineer staff first.
Oh, yes, please.
We haven't closed public hearing.
I know. I was going to do that. But he asked, he wanted to take a
I just want to validate with engineering staff. Doug, Shannon, is this, are you understanding the path here and is it feasible?
Yeah, I mean, Shannon, you can speak up as well, but I think we get the gist, which is we're going to reach out to the entire group and see what kind of commitment we have. And then we can move forward from there. And if it looks like the project is bigger than what we think we can do with this 900,000, then we'll be coming back to the board with that discussion and request for the additional funds.
Thank you.
I think that's it. That's
Great.
perfect.
Thank you.
I have one quick clarification on the budget. I was looking at the budget, and I see that we have staff time for the upfront and agreement costs, but I'm pretty sure that we use staff to do construction management. We do have staff time in the construction phase that's not represented in this cost estimate. So it may be more than 915,000 to include our.
Doug, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so I'm trying to remember by looking at a previous one. I believe in the engineering administration, we include both the construction, the design, and during the actual construction component of it both. So I think it's all included in there, but I would have to double check to confirm on the last estimate on how we did that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, was there any further public comment, Brent or Louise or anyone else out there that would like to be heard on this item? Okay,
Thank you
none.
thank you for
Oh, go
letting us,
ahead.
thank you for letting us participate, and we appreciate the project. Sorry, I wasn't including in my calculations the hookup costs, the meter.
Okay. Probably more than you think.
Yeah.
All right, with that, I'll close the public comment and entertain a motion, please.
I move that we approve the Loma Rica Road District Finance Water Line Extension Project and budget amendments to roll over funds from the 2020 budget to the 2021 budget as recommended by the APC.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thanks. We have a motion and a second. Secretary, call the roll, please.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Thank you, and thank you for you folks up there on Loma Rica for all this participation. It's really great.
Madam President, can I, maybe recommend a
A
break?
break?
We do actually have
Lunch?
lunch for the directors. We can take a, oh, sorry. You
No,
want-
I want to go ahead, once you're done, before we close, I want to.
Okay. I might recommend a half hour.
That sounds perfect.
Sounds perfect.
Okay.
Stay here, we don't have to go anywhere.
Right, we don't have to go
And
anywhere.
I will control your pen, iPad.
You will control my iPad? Okay. Thank you very much. All right, with that, I'm hearing the request for
Madam
a break.
Chair, if I may, just a moment.
Oh, wait.
For purposes of board and public that may be interested in this, we have decided that we are going to postpone and not conduct the ethics training.
Thank you.
We will announce how you guys want to do that. If you want to do it in January as a joint event with Brown Act, or special workshop, or trail it on a meeting, we could work that out later, but for purposes of today, we will not be doing that.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will take a brief recess for 30 minutes.
Great, thank you.
Come back at, well, let's see, what time, I can't,
10 till.
at 10 till 1. Thank you.
And members, there is lunch in this room here, so there
I'm opening.
And,
Everyone ready?
yep, we're live.
Okay, we are live. Okay, I will reopen the open session, and we will take up item number 4, updates to district policy 3035, investments. Marvin here. Oh, here he comes.
There you go.
Just in time, Marvin.
Good afternoon, directors and members of the public, staff. So this item that's before you is a slight change I'm recommending to the investment policy. The investment policy is governed by our government code and of course policy 3035.
Hold on. Somebody here has.
All right.
Okay, Chris, are we live?
You're still live.
Okay, Chris, mine says to join or to hear others, click the join audio button.
That's what I did.
And now I've got a big white block where I can't see anything. So.
Thank you.
I think the audio, I got that from that.
Right, post to stop my video.
You may continue the meeting and I'll fix your.
Oh, okay, very good.
Do that.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? We're gonna continue on then. Marvin, go ahead and continue on.
Okay. The current investment policy.
Uh-oh.
Still a little drawback? Okay, so the current investment policy allows up to 50 million of the district's reserves to stay in LAFE. This change is going to allow up to 75 million. The market moved very fast in 2020. When COVID hit, the market moved extremely fast. So what happened was that about $40 to $50 million of our long-term investments in the U.S. agency funds, they were called. And when those were called, that money was sitting in a mutual fund earning about 0.02%. At that time, I said, that doesn't make sense because LAFE was paying at that time up to about 2%, 1.5% to almost 2%. So I moved that money into LAFE during a critical time of the market. Probably earned the district about $200,000 over that quick move.
Right on.
However, that move, it caused the LAFE balance to go in excess of the policy. So as the result of that, we want to align the policy now. Right now, we have about 73 million in LAFE, and so we want to align the policy with LAFE so that it's aligned. LAFE is a very safe investment. Legislatively speaking, the government code prevents the state of California from taking the money from LAFE. So the current government code prevents that. If the state doesn't pass a budget, that's the state. The state can't go into LAFE's money and take it or borrow against it without an act of the legislature changing the government code. And by the time they get ready to do that, everybody will pour their money out. So the money is very safe in LAFE.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is simply to bring the policy in alignment with what our practice is
With the current
in order to, to maximize our investment. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
And so we have 73 million in LAFE right now.
Yes.
How soon are we gonna exceed our policy limit?
Well, right now, the maximum amount
Close.
that late allows is 75 million.
There we
There we
go.
go.
So, yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'll make a motion.
May I be recognized? I'm sorry.
please.
Before motion. It's just coincidence that this is coming up, but I was prepared to mention this to you. In 2008, during the Great Recession, I got a little nervous about LAFE, and I've had that same kind of tingling sensation, given the current state budget. So my office is in the process of looking at this again. In 2008, my concern, because as Marvin mentioned, there are statutory safeguards that says the state can't raid LAFE, okay? But there are very clever things that the state could do, in my opinion, that would in effect utilize your funds in a way that you wouldn't like. And anytime you put a lot of your eggs in one basket, when there's economic uncertainty, you wanna just be careful of that, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things I was concerned about in 2008 and again now is LAFE is gigantic, but it is part of an even larger fund called the Pooled Money Investment Fund. It may be $1 trillion. I don't know. It is gigantic.
Is it all public agency money?
It's state agency. It's all related to public agencies.
Okay.
In some general respect. But they then invest those funds, including LAFE, which is a subcomponent of the Pooled Money Investment Account, into all manner of securities investments. And what I was concerned about in 2008 and what we're looking into right now is the state over-investing in its own bonds, its own warrants, kind of artificially propping up the state cash flow situation, if you follow me. I will tell you in 2008, I investigated this. I ultimately came to the conclusion that it looked like it was a pretty balanced investment. They were not doing what I was worried they were doing. But we are looking at this again. The fact of the matter is the current budget that the state is in right now is something like $30 billion under. They've exhausted their rainy day fund. I think the last quarter receipts for the state were a little bit better than they projected.
Right.
But it's still going to be a very dire budget situation for the state. And there's not a lot of options for them. So I think there's going to be a lot of people in Sacramento wanting to look for creative things to do. And during this time of economic uncertainty, this is mainly to Marvin, we just need to be very, very careful. We need to be watching this. And if we sense the slightest thing from Sacramento that would suggest that they're doing something inappropriate or they're out of balance in their investment portfolio, or maybe even they're thinking about temporary loans from LAFE, we'd want to be able to respond very quickly to that, obviously protect the district's surplus fund, which is ultimately the community's funds, right? So that's the concern.
How would we do that?
Pardon me?
If we had to remove the funds out of LAFE to preserve them and keep them from being raided, how would we, what is the vehicle we would do that in?
The way we would do it is that, like Dustin mentioned, we would keep our ears to the, keep our ears to the market. And a good indication is if the feds don't pass that $1 trillion stimulus, because all that money comes in to the state, which filters down, it's all not the top. So we look at that. If that looks weird, I start pulling down money. LAFE requires a 5 or 10 day notice to pull at least $10 million out. Like today, I just pulled out $1 million, just moving cash. And so if I notice that, I know that I can't pull $75 million in 2 days. LAFE requires a 5 day notice if you're going to pull $10 million out. So I start making those incremental pulls. Then I just stick that money in Union Bank, Union Bank then goes out and buys U.S. Treasuries, which it ain't going to default.
Right.
And so that's how we do it. But I have to watch it because you can't pull out $70 million out tomorrow.
Right.
You have to give them a 5 day notice if you're going to pull more than $10 million out, and then you just incrementally draw it down. So we just have to watch it. But just what Dustin says, right now, the pool money investment account, this is what LAFC's a part of, is over $100 billion. And they have 54% invested in treasury. There's about 0.6 invested in loans. Doesn't specify what type of loan. It has about 8% in commercial paper. This is high grade. 4% time deposits. These are negotiable CDs. And then you have about 18% in agencies. I don't think the state itself is considered an agency, so I wouldn't say that's the state buying its own bonds. But the loans, about 1% of loans, not really sure who that's from. So I mean, there's stuff behind the scenes that they're not supposed to do. But then again, we just look at how the market is moving, whether or not that stimulus package goes through. Keep our ear to the thing, and then if I feel uncomfortable, I just start pulling it out. You know.
Rich, did you have a question?
Does the state have to give a 5-day notice if they're gonna take money and then do it incrementally?
The state can't take money at all, legally. The state can't borrow from that money. They can't loan from it. Now, what Justin says is kind of sneaky. If the state is issuing bonds, and then it turns around and uses LAFC to buy its own bonds, it's kind of sneaky. So, you know.
You wouldn't know about that.
You wouldn't know about it.
It's too late.
Until it's too late.
Until the loans are in the portfolio. So, but I think LAFC is a very safe bet. LAFC's a very safe bet. The fund itself is very, very large. You know.
Marvin, historically, where have we been at with our cash in LAFC? Are we hovering near the 50 million mark or?
We're high now.
No, I know now we are, but
yeah.
Historically, where have we lived?
Historically, we have lived somewhere around the 40 million in LAFC. But this was a unique movement in the market in 2020. That's why the LAFC went up, because LAFC was still at 2%, and the Fed and the U.S. agencies were like 0.4. So I was like, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So we probably made about 20,000 just by running into LAFC. Now LAFC has went down, you know, just like the other agencies. So the feel here is in order to keep up with what the market was doing and in order to manage the funds appropriately, Marvin had to get into LAFC. Now we're set ourselves to this point where we're in excess of our limit, our policy. So the question is, do we amend the policy to reflect the 75 million, which would be the maximum amount that LAFC could go into, with the caveat that we're, you know, looking at this and constantly abiding by it? And I get a very confidence in Marvin and his team by looking at this. I mean, he's the one that started making these changes early on, and so I think that as he's paying attention to this and looking at it, we've got a pretty secure opportunity to continue, given this caveat that all eggs in a basket is risky anyway, no matter what you're doing. So to diversify away from that 75 million and walk back down in time as appropriate is probably valuable.
So let's move this along and let Marvin continue doing his job, and thank you. Yeah, well done.
Do we want a motion?
I want to hear from the public first,
Okay.
if we can, or unless there's other questions or comments from the board. Okay. Are there any comments or questions from the public out there? Star 9 or raise your hand. Seeing none, then yes, we'd love a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, go for it.
All right. I make a motion to adopt Resolution 2020-29 as recommended by the Finance Manager and Treasurer to increase the policy limit, maximum investment level from 50 million to 75 million.
Great. Okay.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Wonderful.
Division 5?
Yes.
Division 4? Aye. Division 3?
Aye.
Division 2?
Aye.
Division 1?
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Marvin, you're up next.
Okay, board.
Investment policy.
This next item is required annually, statutorily, and what we do is we adopt the investment policy annually. And
obviously, it's the new investment policy now. It's the one we just amended. So we're adopting the new investment policy. We have one change on the resolution for, we have taken off Rem's name as the deputy treasurer, and now it's just Greg and I. So that's the only change to this particular resolution. Other thing else is it's standard that you've normally saw before.
Okay. Discussion? Yes.
So it's Greg right now, will it remain Greg always, or once you get it, it's
The general manager.
It's always the general manager?
Right.
Yes, it'll be the new general manager once that person is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, is there any other comments? Questions? No? Is there any comment or questions from the public regarding this item? 2021 investment policy? Seeing none? Do you have a motion?
I motion that we adopt resolution 2020-30, adopting investment policy in accordance with investment policy 3035.18.
Second. And we have a second. Secretary, call the roll, please.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Thank you. All right, our next item. Marvin, I think you're still up.
So this is the quarterly report, and I felt it was probably prudent to spend just a little time on the report as we have two new directors. And so this is the monthly report. The report indicates where we are in terms of the actual versus the budget. This report is through September the 30th. The executive summary gives the directors a good indication of whether or not the district is tracking right in terms of our expectations. And as you can see, we are tracking appropriately in our water revenues. Our recreation revenues, obviously, we're not tracking according to budget because of the refunds that have been given. Hydroelectric, we're tracking pretty close to budget, other than Deer Creek revenues, which haven't begun to come in yet. The expenses are tracking. There's nothing alarming in the tracking. The reserve portion. So the reserve portion does a few things. So I'm on page 3 of 37.
Okay.
So page 3 of 37, the reserve portion does a few things. The fiscal year 2019 reserves are audited. So that number is not going to change. So as you see my reports quarter after quarter, that's a hard number. The district has that $93.9 million in reserves at the end of 2019, excluding the assessment district money. We've broken down into unrestricted and obviously restricted. The restricted portion, the $6.8 million, about $6 million of that is capacity fees.
Right.
So remember we spoke earlier about $6 million of capacity fees. When you work your way down, the net income now, obviously it's not going to be the net income at the end of the year. It's just where we are right now. And then we're adding the encumbrances. The encumbrances is prior commitments of the district. Some can go back a couple of years, depending upon how long the project is. And there you go, the unrestricted total available. This $76 million is essentially what the bond guys look at. This is what they're looking at, the bond guys. So they're kind of looking at that $76 million. So that's a figure that's very, we keep watching on that one very close.
Is that the figure, is that the one that we don't want the minimum to drop below 50 or 52 million?
That's essentially,
that number there.
That's the one where you don't want it to go below 50.
For the bonding agencies.
For the bonding agencies, which is very important. We were given AA+ for our last bond because we were able to show more than $50 million in unrestricted reserves. So that's a good number.
I have a question on this, since we're on this topic. On page 1 of this in the narrative, you say that reserve balances in that paragraph, and you say excluding prior commitments of the district, the unrestricted available balance is 76.6. So when I look here, it's 76.6 on your page 3. What encumbrances are there against that? Because you seem to indicate that there are additional encumbrances that would lower that balance.
That is a good catch, and that word should be including.
Just say that again?
That is a good catch, and that word should say including.
Oh, including.
Well that, okay, those are really important words.
That's, you know what, one word. That's a good catch. That should say including.
And so does that mean if, I believe our water, reserve policy is 20 or 22 million, so we're back up to that amount in our water reserve, so pretty soon we're gonna be able to take the suspension off our policy?
Well, no, because this, right now, our year-to-date, for September is an estimate. At the end of the year, that year-to-date may be lower. So we want to kind of wait till the end of December and then see where we are, and then run through our calculations, and then look at the commitments at that time, our prior commitments and encumbrances. Then I'll give you a good figure of where your actual reserves are at the end of the year.
But it's closer to the 20 million and the 2 million than it was last.
It'll be closer to,
Like 5 million or something.
yeah, it's going to be closer to that 7 to 8 million once you pay out everything at the end of the year. And remember, for 2021, our budget, we're going to put another 3 million back into water.
I do remember.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
I know that's helpful.
Oh, sure.
I had a question on page 1 on the revenues, about the hydro revenues. I know that in 2021 budget, historically in the 2020 budget, we only, our revenue estimate for hydro was 85%, that's what it was. And so this hydroelectric revenues are 80% of budget. Does that mean 80% of the 85%? When does that catch up?
Yes, that's what that means. But in 2021, we're no longer budgeting 85%. In 2021, we're budgeting 97% of the actual revenue.
Of the actual.
When does it, so when does it actually be 100% of 100%?
In 2021.
No,
So this is still 2020's budget.
So theoretically, at the end of the year, we'll end up with like 115% of our hydro.
You will, yeah. That's typically what you end up with.
Okay, then
And
Karen,
so we stopped that practice for the next budget year.
Thank you.
Yeah, he did. So Karen had a question.
Yeah, you have on page 3 of 37, so we have approved rollovers. Is that, carry forward from in reserve? So those rollovers, is it also, is it shown from a fiscal point of view in reserve?
Yes, you can look at it like that. Those approved rollovers, even though we're rolling the budget, I'm also allocating that portion of the reserves for that. So look at that in terms of the encumbrances. So look at the encumbrances on that same page. Go down to total cash. Encumbrances are 22.2 million. That's me taking out of the reserves 22.2 million, saying that you only have about 84 after that. So you.
I'm not following the 84.
Okay, so.
I saw the 22.
So your 22 in encumbrances, the 84 million is a reduction from the 106.2 million. I'm underneath your total cash. On your total cash column.
Oh, down at the bottom.
Yes.
Okay, yes, I see. Down at the bottom.
And so, Director, that was a good question, Director. The budget we rolled over was 28.4 million, right? At the end of September, our encumbrances have went down to 22.2. So you can see we're using those encumbrances throughout. And encumbrances are very important because you'll think you got more money than you actually have.
That's right.
I had a question about the income. So like, this isn't wrong, this isn't correct, so I want to, so 2019 encumbrances, I would have intuitively thought that 2019 encumbrances would have been the approved rollovers for 2020. But those numbers don't match except for one time in the whole report.
Well,
what's the relationship between the 2019 encumbrance and the approved rollover?
That's a good question. The approved rollover at the beginning of the year rolls everything over. By the time September has rolled around, we have used those encumbrances. We've paid them down. So now those encumbrances have been expended. So that's the relation. So the last 9 months, between putting encumbrances in for 2020 and rolling all 2019. Between that activity, right, we're down to 22. That activity could have went the other way, depending upon if we had have loaded up on a lot of encumbrances in 2020. So it's a cash flow game. At the end of the year,
the only time those would match.
there you go. And the January monthly report is when those are going to pretty much match. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
So now industrial encumbrances is very important, obviously, the track encumbrances. So the next thing, if you flip over to page 4, just kind of gives you an idea on the activity of your water. So at this time, last year, we've sold about 4.6 more in treated water. Obviously, the more DFWLEs we have, the more connections, more water. So everything gets more and more, the more you have. And so the rest of it is it's kind of detailed account level screening. Greg and I look at this, and the managers as well. We're also in the process of breaking out the contractors and the consultants fee. That's going to be broke out. So the first report you will get in March.
Thank you.
The first report you'll get in March, it will be broken out. It was too hard to break it out for this year because the POs are set up behind them.
Yeah.
And it was, so we decided to break it out. It'll be clean for the first report in March.
Well, thank you. We've been asking for that.
Be clean.
That was great. Okay.
And last thing I'll point out on the report, and this is also at your, as you're kind of browsing through the report, the projects start on page 27, 28, just your projects. This is the report you kind of want to use to make sure that you're within project spending. The monthly report that you get for the project and facilities, you don't kind of want to use that to compare against budget. It's kind of a guidance, it's a loose guidance. But this is a report you kind of want to make sure that you're within your project spending. This guy here. And so you can, we are within project spending.
29.
So look at page, you just kind of flip it through your projects. You are definitely within your project spending. The last section of the report just gives you the approved budget amendments that the board has approved. And at this point, the board has approved $345,000 in increases in the 2021 budget. This is on page 37 of 37. The other amendments are just either rolling over old budgets that are attached to POs, or they're just moving around amendments within the budget. The only increase that the board has authorized for 2020 is $345,000. That's the only increase.
Wait, 345. This total, 345,000.
Yes, total increase. That's the only increase. And so,
Does that roll in the APC and the GM?
yeah, that rolled into, that rolled into the,
GM level 1.
So who kind of did that there? That was in, GM level 1, exactly. GM level 1, we had an increase for the recreation process improvement. And then we had an increase at APC level 2 for the financial, like we have one for the recreation process financial. So so whenever you want to see the details, you can kind of flip back to your report. We also had an increase for the COVID. So when you see the board level 3, we increased for the COVID supplies. So you can kind of see the details whenever you're looking at your budget amendment. And so that was pretty much all I wanted to cover on the report.
So I have a big question. Oh, yeah, sorry, Karen, go ahead.
That's okay. I had a couple questions. Can you tell me what is generally included under operating versus non-operating expenses? How do you differentiate those two things?
Good question.
We asked that question.
We've asked this, I know, over and over, actually.
No,
You have
that's
to
a
be
good question.
reminded.
You don't have your budget document now. Your budget document is online, so it tells you. But generally, the operating expenses is not the capital accounts. Your capital accounts start at 52907, and these are the capital projects. So the capital projects are not operating accounts. Capital projects, so if you look at the, on page of your budget document, so if you look at, trying to give you a good summary. So for water, so go to page 19 of 37 for water. So 19 of 37. And you look at the left side, you look at the accounts. All of these accounts here are roll up into the capital portion or non-operating portion. They're predominantly financed by property taxes, and some of them could be financed by capacity fees. But none of this is financed by your operating rate. This is consultant money, what you're looking at. Sure, there's some staff time that is used on some of these capital projects. So we went through that analysis with Director Peters. But all of the money that you're looking at right now, this $12.5 million in the budget and $17.9 for encumbrances, all of this is external consultant dollars we're anticipating to spend. And it will be funded by property taxes or capacity fees. Now that's for your water. You also have that for your hydroelectric too.
Laura has a question.
I have a question. So back to, remember we were talking about the 2019 encumbrances should equal the 2020 and then you send them down? Well, there's some of these on here that are greater in the approved rollover than was the 2019 encumbrances.
But give an example, Laura.
Like,
so I can follow.
well, let's see, so this, like on the community investment program, 52912 under 10151 engineering, it was 1,075,796 rolled over, and the approved rollover, I mean, encumbered in 2019, and it's 1.6 million. And then on the sediment removal, it was only 586,000, and now it's 3.2 million in approved rollover.
So let me make sure that I'm following. So the approved, we're on page 19 of 37.
Yes.
And approved rollovers are 24.9 million at the bottom. That's
Yes.
it, green.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that that's different from the summary page or something?
No, look at, line, look at the biggest difference. Look at this, second one from the bottom under the engineering, the 52914, the program sediment removal.
Yes,
The encumbrance in 2019 was 586,439.
Where do you see that at?
In 2019, on the right-hand side of the page, the 2019 encumbrances,
Yes, at that time.
right, at the end of the year.
At the end of the year.
That's the end of the year.
Now
right?
now think about it.
It's
That's
September.
580.
Oh, in September last year, that's what it
That's
was.
right.
But think about it.
Yeah, that's the thing to keep in
Ah,
mind.
there we go.
All the 2019 numbers is
All right.
as of September. That's what
Yeah.
Marvin
To be
said.
able to compare apples to
Yeah,
apples.
apples
So
to
you're
apples.
not comparing apples to apples
Right.
when you look at the approved rollover. to
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Well, that was my question. I was curious of what the relationship between those two
Okay, yeah, that makes
was
sense.
at that point in time.
Now, what would be apples to apples would be if you look at your 586,439 and you compare that to your 1208,826. That's apples to apples. So this time,
Wait, you're going to have to tell us columns.
so for 2019,
Yeah,
at this point in time, you had encumbrances of 586,439. And this same time for 2020, you've added encumbrances of 1,208.
Okay.
So that's showing you the activity you have for this year compared to the activity for last year. The approved rollovers can go back years.
mm-hmm.
That can go back 3 or 4 years. Because you got to roll everything continually until that PO is exhausted.
And that rollover is so large because that project has been stalled?
No, it just could be, the project could take that long. The bigger part of within this 3.2, it's about a 1.8 grant settlement PO that will keep rolling.
This goes back to the.
It's going back to how long, Greg?
Yeah, some of these
Still
big,
not
giant
officially
projects
done.
go for
Yeah,
years.
and Greg, it has to keep rolling
Yeah.
until we exhaust it, yeah.
And this has nothing to do with Greenhorn?
The sediment removal, this is, Greenhorn has got to be within the sediment removal
It would
program.
be within
It is.
there.
It's one of.
Yeah.
One of them, yeah.
Yeah, it would be within it.
So how much of this is Greenhorn versus maybe Combi?
So let's see, let's look at, I think we have the detail. Look at page,
Be in the fact,
yeah, look at page,
be underwater.
no, it's gonna be under, the detail for it. So,
It's on page 29,
you found it, Lou?
29 in the middle.
And sediment
The
removal.
Combi has 3 million and Greenhorn has 31,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
There you go, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the biggest rollover there is the Combi, grant,
Mm-hmm.
about 3.2.
I thought that was finished this year.
I said, yeah, so we
That was
spend
the
all
final
of it.
report.
No, we're still using those POs.
Still utilizing some
We're
of that.
still utilizing them. And we're still gonna be submitting for grant reimbursement.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
we haven't received our
The full,
final
yeah,
payment from
full.
DWR, right.
Yeah.
Project
COVID,
itself
yeah.
is complete, but there's still ongoing monitoring, there's still some ongoing sediment activity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
COVID probably slowed up a lot of it.
Not necessarily, I mean, it was complete, but we're still operating under the grant, so we're still, should be, this is the next year.
And they hold the retention until.
We're done, yeah.
Do we file out like a notice of completion or something?
Yeah.
And in the finance world, because we have to look at kind of what's in the system. So in the engineering world, engineering might have already finished that project, but in the finance world, we still have open POs for that amount of money. So I gotta assume that it's gonna be spent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
It takes a while sometimes for, the accounting to catch up, because the engineers are out front.
So I have a general question. It's reflected here under the sediment removal, but also I was looking at page 16 of 37. Some areas include a budget. It says actual, so I assume that's the budget for the year under some aspects. So if you look at on page 16, maintenance, some of these activities have a budget, but some don't, like the tank restoration, road restoration, blah, blah, blah.
What page are you, Director?
16.
Page 16 of 37.
Yeah, at the top under maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
I just noticed, just generally in the document, that some things have a budget item and some do not. And I'm just wondering what the rationale for that is.
Well, every one of your budget columns has the number. So when you look underneath your 2020 budget column, you see you have a number there.
Okay.
But your actuals, you don't.
Spend it.
Yeah.
You didn't spend it.
No spend.
Just by chance that you mentioned that 400,000, that budget's gonna get reduced to zero in December because we're rolling that budget over. This is a September report. So it's kind of, in terms of your timing, you do gotta make sure that you're looking at the timing of the report and subsequent amendments that have come behind it. So we determined that 400,000 is gonna get rolled over to next year. So for your December report, that number is gonna be zero. That 400,000
Budget
zero.
number will go away.
That's right. So it just, but a lot of this is work just didn't get done. You didn't spend the budget.
So
You just didn't spend the budget.
just a case in point, and some of this will go through and sort of the cyclical nature of the district's activities. The district budgets itself for the following year in June, July. We start the budget process in June, finalized, hopefully around October. This is looking at September of last year, or this year. We thought we would spend $400,000 on tank replacement.
But we didn't. We
In
didn't get to.
fall of last year, 2019, right? We just rolled that 400 into 21's budget because we didn't spend that money in 2020 because of COVID and other slowing factors.
Do you find that, generally speaking, we're expending what we budget? I mean, just
Generally
granted that
speaking,
there's,
yes.
yeah,
Generally speaking, yes.
okay.
Yes, I mean, these are activities of the district that are maintenance. You know, I mean, we know we need to be, you know, this tank restoration, if you'd listened to the APC conversation we had just the other day, there's a number of tanks that need painting, they need interior restoration, they need to be inspected, we need to keep going, we've got 44 tanks. So it's odd, right, but it was such a way that some of this work was, we just couldn't perfect it.
And then one of them, they found a problem when they inspected it.
Then they had to do more.
So that put it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in general, these department managers go through their budget needs for the following year. We look at historical, what you've spent in this particular year in the past, and we assess capacity, capability, and we project it out. So typically, we're spending to the budgetary number.
Mm-hmm.
This year was.
And you always want to ask for the budget. You always want to ask for it as a practice. You want to ask for it, you know, as opposed to not asking for the budget.
Yeah, not gonna get it then.
Yeah, then you'll get it there.
Laura had a direct leadership question.
Well, I just had, no, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I have a couple questions, but they're not.
Yeah.
Karen, if you want.
Well,
Let's move it.
I did have, I wondered if you could walk us through an example on page 28, which is the 52, the 910, the raw water replacement. Could you just walk us through, because here, this is an example where there's a kind of an overarching budget, no line item, and then
Sure.
28.
Yeah, sure. In this,
And I appreciate what you said, Greg, that the, COVID has undoubtedly affected work progress. So, I'm not commenting on that. I'm just trying to understand how to look at the progress we make, or what our role is as board member to look at this, and what should we be clued into?
Sure. This is part of your capital program. Doug could weigh in a little bit more, but this is where our capital program is set up. This particular, the 5292 program, the raw water replacement program, we have a budget of about $1.8 million, and then we brought over $300,000 in prior encumbrances.
Right.
We look at the last column, our encumbrance level now is at 365. And so the 365,241, that's the current encumbrance level now for 2020. Okay, so essentially what you're saying is that we have about $1.6 million in unused budget. This is correct, this is true.
Right.
The way that Doug moved their program is kind of dependent upon weather, staff, COVID, it's all kind of contingent upon it.
A couple of these projects, just these three in particular, couldn't be done until the fall.
Okay.
So the South Yuba Canal repair started in October after the irrigation season. Doty North Canal siphon replacement just started just this month, or late November. So again, as of September, there was a balance. We didn't spend anything, but like what Marvin just said, kind of time dependent, weather dependent. So these in particular were all scheduled to be commencing in the fall anyway. So next quarter, when we look back at this, you're going to see that encumbrance balance, or that encumbrance increase, and the balance decrease.
Okay.
One of my questions that I didn't ask was on this particular segment. And so the South Yuba Canal, that's not our facility yet, is it? We have not taken ownership of it yet? The South Yuba Canal?
You're right.
So why are we paying, why are we encumbering money towards it when it's not our facility?
I believe this might be our consultant cost. So I'm sorry, I might have read that as the combi phase one. Yeah. Well, there's a consultant assessment.
They're assessing, right? It's like they're doing due diligence on the canal. Yeah,
It's
but
an
it's a repair
assessment now.
assessment.
Yeah, I was mistaken, but the Doty North and the Santini are of that
Okay.
same element.
But yeah, you're correct to look at the level in which we're spending capital projects versus how we're budgeting. And obviously, if we're always leaving over large amounts, then we have to get with Doug and engineering and say, okay, why are we missing our budget, or why are we not spending, why are we only spending 75% or something, and, you know, on a routine basis.
Right.
And then you can adjust it down if we need to.
Are there other questions? I have one, okay, I just wanted to wait. And, it's just kind of an overarching question I really have. Okay, so this is for you, Marvin. Are there any areas of this budget versus actuals that are a cause for concern to you? Essentially, think about it, is there a yellow light that's coming on in any of this, or, I don't see any red lights. You know, so are there any areas that you go, oh, we want to be sure and watch this because this is not looking like it's tracking?
The only area of concern is that if recreation receipts don't come back next year, we're gonna have to do another board-approved transfer in of funds for recreation. That's probably the only area of concern.
Good.
Would it be a lot of work to add a start and complete date on the project list? I mean, I don't want to put everybody to a lot of work, but it seemed to me, Greg, that when I was looking at it, I wondered if there were projects either in progress or not yet started, but I couldn't tell from this.
Yeah, all of these projects are in process. So all of the projects that are on this page are in process.
This year.
Yeah, they're in process.
All right.
Some dollar getting spent.
Would the CIP, or, you know, the thing I got to see yesterday in engineering, would that be a document that would be helpful?
You know, I think that's helpful. I don't know about the addition of this report, because this is not generated. Many of our reports, as you'll start hearing over and over again as we get closer to our ERP system, once that happens, there's going to be a lot more automation to reports, and we can customize certain reports, and it'll be a lot more easier when we can itemize and put specific cells in a report. These are kind of generated manually, for lack of a better term. So I don't know how much effort that would be on the finance department, but the CIP, the engineering monthly report that comes out in terms of projects that we're working on. Let me talk to them about.
Well, that's helpful though, if you put the two side by side, you go, oh, this is what they're working on, they started this project, and then you look over here on this document, and you can see. I don't know how you would marry those two
I don't know
at this
either, but
point. I don't think you could.
for educational purposes, to look at the trend line and the trajectory of a project and sort of get the sense, for instance, a project could be 4 years old and we're still working on it.
Right, and I guess my inquiry is to be more informed as a board member, not anything else. And I was just curious, but if it's not valuable to others or it creates an undue burden to the staff, I also want to be very receptive to that kind of feedback where you go, holy cow, forget that.
I appreciate that.
It's like here, and it takes 2 years plus to get there.
I appreciate that, but what I'll do is I'll work with Marvin and engineering and see if there's a way that we can, an easy way that we can identify some of these projects as, you know, start and stop, and, you know, I mean, I envision, you know, as we have our ERP system and you've got a system dashboard and you've got, you know, critical, it's in the red, right?
It's in yellow, green.
Below budget, overtime, or, you know, and we've got some indicators.
Right.
We have those instinctually, the project managers, the engineers, system operators, we know that, but you don't have insight into what all of those little pieces are, and I can see that. Let me work with them and see if there's something that we can kind of help bring something like that forward.
That would be really
cool.
cool.
And we'll let you know next time when we bring this forward.
And I appreciate Director Hull, because this would be difficult in this report format to get inception dates of each one of these projects and get it into the report and estimate a completion date, which we don't know. It'd be kind of difficult to put all of that in this format with the dollars.
Right. And the right place that it lives.
In the right place that it lives.
Dollars as well as in those projects that are, of course.
Not an unusual request, it's just that our systems aren't as conducive or you know, if they need to be. We're going through the ERP, conversion now.
Thank you.
Okay. So, direction on this is to receive and file. This is not a,
Yeah, this is receiving.
this is not an approval. So do we have consensus? We can do that by consensus, right, Dustin? Receive and file?
It's motion typically.
Oh, it's a motion, okay. We'll entertain, a motion and then we'll listen for some public
I
comment.
move to receive and file.
Okay, we have a motion?
I second.
Second, okay, great, motion second. Public comment on this item. Let me double check. I actually now can see everybody.
Maximize the screen, Chris, so we can see all of the participants.
You're in control, just
Yeah. All right, seeing no comment. Oh, wait, it says one attendee has their hand up. Michael Hillwell. Okay, Michael, I think you need, there you go, you're unmuted. Welcome.
I just want to say what a pleasure it is to hear this vigorous conversation about the counting of the district and the challenge that the staff has with the existing software that they have. The move to the new software is going to give both the managers and the board so much more information about what's going on that I think you're headed in the right direction, and I've enjoyed listening to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any other further comments? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second for receive and file.
And from the motion, please.
Could be,
For what?
The second.
Who's the second?
She was,
Yeah.
right?
we both were.
We both.
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna arm wrestle now.
You ready for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Okay, item 7, we have postponed into our next meeting. We've heard item 8, so we will take up item 9.
Okay, this is me.
This is you.
I believe we were over halfway.
No, we're way over halfway. That was bad.
As the numbers
Don't
go, I
figure
believe
that.
we're over halfway.
As the numbers go.
That's
No,
correct.
you got 4, yeah, we 4 this. Yeah.
We pulled, yeah, Chris, I don't know. Yeah, we pulled.
Yeah, item 7
for
was
next month.
pulled and postponed to our meeting in January, I believe.
Yep. Okay, so district standing committees, policy 5300, it was brought to my attention, early, not long ago, that there might be some interest from some of the board members to think about different ways to engage the committees, or not. And, so currently, as I started assessing this, obviously, standing committee policy number 5300 is our district policy. It identifies sort of what the different standing committees are, and those are the APC, the Administrative Practices Committee, the WHO, the Water and Hydroelectric Operations, the Engineering Committee, the Maintenance and Resources Management Committee. These are ways that we can have 4 additional public meetings for the community to engage with and work with staff and the board members on a bit more of an informalized basis. Obviously, with video chats, it's not as well, but in the past, it's been really sort of very easy conversations and ways to work through ideas and issues at a kind of at a less intense level than a full board meeting and all the rules and affairs that go with it. The committee meetings have been a way to help expand our district transparency amongst the community. That gives us, like I said, 6 different public meetings a month, which is far more than any other special district or organization that I'm aware of in the region. And they've given that opportunity for the public to come in, sit down, community members to come in, sit down, talk about their concerns directly with the members of the board and the staff, and the general manager to itemize concerns and issues. And occasionally, and often, the purpose of the committee was to make a recommendation of that conversation if it if it grew to a point of ready to then be full blossomed into the board to make a recommendation either for funding or for a practice to be in place or for a project to continue forward, sometimes they would fall under consent items, sometimes they would fall under general items for discussion. We've had a lot of committees with genuine discussion for quite a long time lately brought to the board, and then they're either pulled from consent, and then those conversations sort of begin all over again to educate the board members who weren't necessarily at those committees, listening to those committees, and so perhaps something is caught off guard, and it sort of, you got to do the process all over again. So I put together a couple opportunities or ideas without having any other ideas. There's, a couple ideas of just eliminate all 4 committees altogether, bring 2 committees, bring all 4 of those committee thoughts and ideas into 2 board meetings and have 2 extremely long board meetings a month. We haven't done that yet, and we're already going to push a nearly full day board meeting. So I think that would exacerbate board meetings completely. I don't think that would be a great recommendation. That also entails that we've got roughly 12 or 13 different policies within our board policy manual and a number of rules and regs that refer to different committees, their authority levels, kind of how things are processed. And so we would have to go back and adjust all of those practices and policies, which isn't bad. I'm just saying that's an administrative action to contend with. Consolidation of 4 committees into 2 is another thought process. And again, there's probably 5 other ways to think about this. I just put 2 on the plate to discuss. So this came from members of the board, so maybe I'll open it up to you and your concepts and thoughts and what you'd like to.
Yeah, now, well, I'll ask Laura and Karen to weigh in, and I'm pretty neutral. I mean, I could see really good reasons for doing it, and I could see, the negatives, and I was contacted by a constituent that had some concerns. He's present, I'll speak at his time. But Laura, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, it's true. The way the current committee structure is, it does allow a lot more opportunity, but it also spreads out the conversation into a lot of different silos. I mean, where you don't, other boards, not all boards, if you're not on that committee, you're not allowed to put input to that committee. And so the only time you have input is in the full board meeting, which again, as you mentioned, exacerbates the entire problem. So thank you for putting these 2 together, but I think an alternative that I think would be helpful, because so I'll say the proposal and then I'll tell you why. And so I'm thinking perhaps we would have a technical committee where the engineering committee, the engineering department, the hydro department, the maintenance department, and the operations department have a full meeting. You could have 2 in the morning, however long you could separate. Or I would prefer having them all in the same room. So operations understand issues that maintenance is going through, and engineering hears it all, because the California Code of Regulations on the Professional Engineers Act says that the term responsible charge relates to engineering decisions within the purview of the Professional Engineers Act. And this includes the selection of engineering alternatives to be investigated and the comparison of alternatives for a project. And so my understanding to date of the district is that the engineering department, often the projects are planned in operations or maintenance, and they get to be 30%, and then they're given to engineering to complete. And that's not in conformance with the Engineers Act. And so if the engineer is in the beginning and we hear what the issue is that operations or maintenance or hydro is having, then the engineering department would take it from there, develop alternatives, and work with those departments together. But all 4 would be in one room.
Can you give an example of practice, something that you've noticed?
Yeah.
That would help me.
Yeah, so like the Santini Southland. We hear it, the maintenance says, we need a new pipe. Well, then by the time the engineers started to develop a new pipe, and they go on, they say, well, but wait a minute, I think the problem is the culvert or the upstream. So we spent all this time planning this pipe when at the end of the day it was something else. And it's happened times, and like maintenance, I go, maintenance is planning this project, and Hydro is planning this project. Hydro develops projects to 30% and gives them the engineering at that point, where the engineers aren't involved in the analysis, but Hydro does have some engineers. But then there's a question of who's in responsible charge, because after it's planned by one engineer in charge, and then it's given to another engineer to develop. So I think it would be helpful to have a technical meeting, and then at the board meeting, have the APC, so all of the directors understand the money flowing in and out of the district. And maybe because watershed and recreation mostly just report out on what they're doing, so they would report in a regular meeting. But then we would have a technical committee meeting, a day, whatever long it takes to have.
With two directors or with the full board?
With two directors.
With two directors.
So a committee of all those put together.
Right.
So that everybody's talking to each other.
So everybody's talking to each other.
Is the concern, Director Peters, is that the district's divisions or departments don't talk to each other about any particular project that we have on the books at any given time?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
That's what I'm hearing.
In fact, I think
That's
it's
what
more that we get bits and pieces.
Yeah.
You,
We get fragments as the board.
as the board.
Yeah. We get.
Okay, but no, I heard that there was an opportunity to bring engineering, operations, maintenance,
Right, they all have.
Hydro together so that they could talk together about a project.
No, just to discuss what's going on in their department.
So, no, I heard the same thing, Craig.
So everybody hears the same, so everybody has to hear the same thing.
Everybody who, the members of the board or the employees? I'm curious. The board? The two members of the committee?
Yes.
Or the employees discuss a project together?
Well,
In that space?
let me weigh in on this just a little bit. A different example is the water for the shoulder season was discussed.
Yeah, that's.
What was that, in the WHO?
Yeah.
Or something in the WHO, which is fine. But any of us, and I think there are either two or maybe three of us, that weren't ever present for that, and then it went to someplace else, and then all of a sudden I started getting all these calls from constituents about, well, are we gonna do water on the shoulder season, and what's wrong, what's up and everything, and it's like, I don't know anything about it. Whereas if we'd had, one meeting with all the different components that we could then kind of tune into and know that it was there, we'd have, so I don't think there's a problem with staff not talking to each other. I just think it's a problem of, as board members, I don't have the time to go and look in on 4 meetings, plus these, plus subcommittees and other responsibilities. It's hard. And I want to be informed. So for me, what is the best way to stay informed? And the water in the shoulder season for me is a great example. I couldn't answer any of those questions until then. I dropped everything and went to digging. So it's, yeah, Karen.
I would just add another consideration. It's a staff time to have to make repeated presentations on the same topic to different groups. And as a manager of a lot of people, I find that meetings is such a time sink for people that the more efficient we can be with the use of staff time. So our time is valuable too, but I mean the staff having to make the same presentation over and over again, to me is like, ugh.
Well, we are bound by elements of the Brown Act on serial meetings. We can't bring a particular project from one committee to another committee and then to the board. Then we're getting input from multiple members on a particular conversation, and then it comes to the board before it comes to the board as a whole. To your point, in 2019, total staff time for committee meetings. Remember, we're tracking all sorts of different ways. So total staff time. I don't have the hours, but it's $130,000 in 2019. It takes a lot of time.
It does.
It takes a lot of time for particularly the management staff to put together a committee and board meeting on a weekly basis. I'm for some form of of consolidation. Maybe it's this technical opportunity. You mentioned the all-day sit-down again.
Well, however long.
However long it does, but that's another, because these are kind of management level. Occasionally we'll bring in our staff and who have expertise in a particular area and for discussion. Many of the committees, remember, are about digging deep into a particular item and getting input from the public. I'm afraid if we consolidate too much, then I appreciate the fact that I want to know everything. I have to be frank and say that's going to be nearly impossible, okay? I get it, but maybe there's opportunities, moving forward like these reports, we can have some other things, but I don't know what is the right framework, and I think it's a good conversation to begin.
Well, that was the point, it's just to begin the conversation. So Rich, Jim?
So I think there's 2 points. Those committees allow a lot of transparency, a lot of input from the public. They're invaluable for that. Do they have to happen every month? Maybe not. Maybe they go every other month.
See, there's another idea.
There is a good
So,
idea.
and then second idea is that we got to remember what our jobs are as directors. We're not here to get into the weeds. We're here to understand the financial aspects, provide policy, direction, and let these guys do their job because they do it very well. And I think we've got to remember that. Now, as much as we can understand it, that's on us. We need to get in there and understand how things operate, and not take up a whole lot of their times. So we got to be careful, but we need transparency. Maybe we don't need to meet every month on committee. We need the public input, and we need to get out of the manager's ways so they can do their job efficiently. Then it's a win-win.
See, I don't think anybody's suggesting that we micromanage.
Well, if I go away on that one, I think there is a philosophical difference between each of us, how far we should be in the weeds. I agree with Rich, and also, if you have an interest in this job, then you want to know all that stuff.
Yeah.
How far do we, and I've been challenged to, I'm going to go watch the engineering meeting because I want to know what's going on, because I'm more interested in it, rather than needing that information to make a policy decision. And so I think that's a very good point there that that we need to consider. I'm one of those that I'm on the WHO committee because I'm fascinated by hydrogen, right? I just am. I'm going to be off of it this year, I suspect. But that becomes to be on me to get that information rather than us doing it as a huge committee, I think. So I'm somewhere in the middle on this one. Because like Ricky and I talked about, for instance, my position on if we have a budgeted item, and a department is going to spend that money, it has to come through APC for some more discussion. I go, why? We've budgeted that money. We depend on our managers to manage their budget. Let them go. And if we need to approve it at the board level, that's fine. I don't even know why we need to, but how much in the weeds we need to be, much oversight of that particular idea. I'm all for eliminating that part because strictly because we have the budget, they have the budget. We're very strict with our budget already. We don't need to approve it again. So I think there's some overlap on some items. That's a specific one of mine that I shared with Rick. So I think it's worth the conversation going forward. Not another decision to make.
Yeah, there's no decision.
There's no big hurry to make a decision, but I'm all for efficiencies if we can do efficiencies.
I'd be interested in to know what staff thinks.
Exactly.
Yeah, and to be quite honest with you, this came up because of next month we're going to be
doing committee. Right. So
doesn't mean that committees are going to live all year in
right.
one
Let's
form
start
or
thinking
another.
about it now.
This was just an idea for a thought process. And interestingly enough, this is a good topic for a committee.
Which one, Greg?
I'm just saying. No, I do. I need to speak with management staff more on this. And really, okay, so
I mean,
now
they may
here.
have some great ideas that none of us have thought about.
Exactly, and these are great thoughts, and you guys have been thinking about this for some time, and so it's worth, let me get some feedback from management staff, and we'll have a better conversation, perhaps something for a retreat to think about sort of a change in process.
Yes.
Idea. So.
Yeah, there has to be a balance between how much staff time that they have to, that is repetitive, and keeping a board informed, and then board members taking the initiative, but then also informing board. It's like, one of the things that occurs to me is, we all have busy lives, and some of us work on email better than others. It's not. Anyway, it's so like, if I got a call or an email, or for me, email work, from the board secretary that says, hey, just wanted to let you know, here are the 5 items that are going to be talked about at engineering or at technical committee. Then but otherwise I have to stop what I'm doing, I have to go in and look, and of course our website isn't real friendly. I can't bring up our website and type in Auburn Ravine, for instance. And it won't tell me if there's anything on an agenda, or, there's no way to see it, and that's not Chris's problem, it's just the way the structure is. So, there's got to be a balance to put all those pieces together better than we're doing, and I don't have the answer.
And I think a good example of that is the one we just went through with the water lines.
Yes.
That's a perfect example of how we can tweak the system to make that work a little better than this go around. I mean, it had a good conclusion, I think.
Yeah.
That, anyway.
Well,
I don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah, this was just an open discussion. I mean, we're not making a decision right now. I now get a bit more of a flavor from the board, and of course, a couple of you are just sitting here for the first time, so that's the pain hasn't been felt as much. Why don't I let me talk to our staff.
Yeah.
We'll bring this back up. Perhaps it's an element of conversation at our retreat, just as another, less than a month to kind of think about it again. We're not in any direct need to do it at any given particular time, but get some ideas about it.
That was perfect for this. Cool. Okay, thank you, Greg.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anybody out in the public that wanted to weigh in on this? I know, Michael, you're still sitting there and you had emailed me about this. Do you want to make a comment?
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
There you are.
I'm a fan of the subcommittee meetings because of the informal conversations that I've participated in, and in which I think the end result was better than when we started the conversation. But I also understand, having been a policymaker, the desire and need to be aware of what the whole organization is doing. And so I wish you luck in finding a balance between those two needs, because you are on the spot. You're in the produce section of SPD and somebody comes in and asks a question about what the district is doing, and you need to be prepared. And I know you'll find a way in which to meet that need, as well as the desirability of transparency in the way you operate. So thank you for having the conversation.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to weigh in? Chris, do you see anybody? There's something flashing up there, but I can't. Oh, I don't see it on my screen the same way it looks up there. Okay. There not being none, I think we can just close this item with the recommendation that you're going to ask staff, and we're going to kick it around a little bit and see if there's any changes that we want to make or not.
Yep.
Okay, great. Item 10, General Manager Search Update, discussion item only. There's no materials. Chris, you want me to take this, or do you want to? Okay, so for our new folks, Director Beerwagen and I are on the GM Search Committee, ad hoc committee, and we did this last week, I think. Made a choice for the was doing that, the headhunters, executive search committee, there you go, executive search.
Executive search.
Yeah, folks, and, we went with that. The board at the, the prior board approved that. Then Jana put together the contract, and the contract has now been signed and executed. And we are gonna have a kickoff here, I believe, within the next week or so. And what that will mean is Gary, all of you will be hearing from a gentleman named Gary, and if Jana were here, I'd ask her his last name. Do you know his last name?
You don't, Jana's probably on the,
Philip?
Jana's on the line.
Oh, is Gary here?
no, Jana is.
Oh, Jana is, okay. Anyway, the first part of the kickoff is individual interviews with the executive search person for each board member to listen and learn what is important to each person and what we'd like to see in a new general manager. And I don't know what order he's going to do. I think he's going to talk to the board first, but then he will also interview senior staff and managers. And we've asked if they also then poll in some way the line employees, so that together with all that information, we can collectively, the board can then look at all the information and put together a good job description, and then they'll go out into the marketplace and solicit offers, or solicit folks. So is Jana, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great.
Do you want to add anything about where we are time-wise?
Sure. Well, it looks like we've already scheduled the two conversations, initial conversations for Friday with our consultant, with two of the board members, and on a mission to get the rest of you scheduled.
Great. Okay.
And then stage one is kicking off.
Great. So there we are. So that's it. That's the update. We'll just continue to update as we go forward.
Will we have a chance to look at the position description and
Absolutely.
make recommendations on that?
Yeah, Jana, did you hear that question?
Yes, actually, I actually gave you something earlier today that actually has a position description, but I can also send you the link.
Okay.
Okay.
That's in the package you gave me?
Yes.
Thank you, Jana.
And I think there is a link, Jana. Maybe you could make sure that all the directors have that. But what I was envisioning, and what we sort of talked to Gary about, is that after he interviews everybody, that position description may in fact change or be slightly modified depending on what everybody feels is most important. So while we have kind of a framework of a description, that may not be the end product.
Sure, absolutely.
So there's that. Anybody have any questions?
Did you mention what our goal for a new the manager sitting in the seat? We have a goal for when we want that to.
Oh, a time frame. Well, Jana, he gave us a time frame of how, in his experience, how this works.
Did you say 4 months?
I think he said 4 months.
Yeah, generally it's 4 months, and at least by our last recruitment, it stuck to about that time frame.
4 months from the first interview?
From the kickoff.
Yes.
Yeah, because he does a certain number of days to advertise the position and collect resumes and generate interest and all that. Anyway, so we all will be hearing from Gary. What is Gary's last name?
Phillips.
Oh, Phillips. Okay, you guys are right. I don't know why that.
Bob Murray, Gary.
I know, Bob Murray, Gary Phillips. It got so confusing for me. Okay.
Yes, yes. They are the owners of the inherited firm of the name of that gentleman, but that is such a name recognition, they kept it. So.
Right. But then I get confused. Gary Murphy, Gary Phillips. I don't know.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Are there other questions? Maybe while we have Janet, anybody want to talk? No? Okay. Anybody from the public want to make a comment or ask a question about that? Seeing none, we'll just go ahead and close out that item for discussion and a report out, really. Okay. Item 11, receive and file warrants. Marvin.
These are the warrants, and if there are any questions with the warrants or the report, we will be happy to address them.
Are there any questions on the warrants or concerns or
No?
Nope, I don't have any. Do you have any? Nope. Okay, look at that.
Madam Chair, if I may
Yes.
just jump in, there was a little snafu on our agenda language. The recommendation is to approve the check register, and then you can receive and file the
Ah, okay, thank you. So approve the check register
And receive and file.
and receive and file.
But that does require a motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Do we have a motion to approve the check register and receive and file the report?
Yes.
You have to speak up.
Yes, I'm gonna go, beginning, I make a motion to receive and file the check register.
Approve the check register.
I make a motion to approve the check register.
And receive and file.
And receive and file.
Thank
Maybe
you.
thorough.
Very good, thank you.
Great job.
We all got that training.
Oh, yeah, I'm still in training. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, moved and seconded. Last call for any public comment about the warrant. Okay, seeing none, can we call the roll, please?
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 3.
Oh, aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, general manager's report. Thanks, Marvin.
Okay. How we doing? Keep
We're
rolling?
good, let's keep going.
Keep going?
Fully
Okay,
block.
all right.
We're doing good.
I like great.
What about you, Rich? When do you use your drop dead moment that you have to leave?
Full crew to midnight,
No, I'm asking, when do you need to leave here?
some time ago.
Some time ago.
Okay. We'll move quick to the
This is a
general
little
meeting.
longer meeting.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we've not had one this long in a
We'll
while.
have another one in December, so.
Okay, so, precipitation reports, I have a little printout here for each of you and some other items, included in your board, folders today. Precipitation, we're sitting at 4.91, inches at Bowman. That's 33% of average. So we're climbing. Let's climb some more. Hopefully
Yeah.
this week we can get there. NID reservoir storage is 60% of capacity, 94% of our average at 162,774. And our treated water customers continue to utilize more water than they have in the past.
Yes,
Whether it's because we're
warm
here
and dry.
a lot at home or it's very dry.
Question on that.
Yeah.
So how much more revenue do we get on that? Significant or?
I don't know that off the top of my head. Our delinquencies haven't been down, but I don't know the number of the revenue total year over year.
Yeah.
But that's something.
But you know what, on the report that Marvin gave us,
It's there.
September to September is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not October, November.
No,
Which are
but,
strong months.
you get a snapshot.
Well, September is an average normal year.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
January through September of 2020,
Right.
and January, and then the whole year.
But
Anyway,
October and November, Chip was saying that the treated water is quite up.
Yeah. Well, and we're also, as you'll note, we've also got a lot of people calling for winter water service
Yep.
and demand service, so we're selling more right now than we were last year at this time. The revenues should
It's good
be
to
up.
know how those revenues are being impacted by this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Do I say that word? I dare say that word? The D word?
Yep.
It's real.
So a couple other items, we're working with PCWA currently on our water service agreement. We met with them yesterday, we're ongoing, with that. That's kind of an ongoing item. We are, like I said, so we're managing a high volume for water, fall and winter water sales right now due to the dry fall. Specifically, we've got an outage coming North Auburn, kind of along the 49 corridor there, as they're installing a whole bunch of new sidewalks and stop lights. So some water is going to be impacted down there. We're coordinating with PCWA for intertide flows if and when needed. On the watershed side of things, our forest thinning work continues up at Cascade Shores. Some of the area, due to topography and its remoteness, we're talking with organizations, including the Forest Service, who have expertise in things like pile burning. So we're looking at ways to do pile burning that we haven't really done before. So that's an exciting new opportunity, I think, and it's much less expensive to get rid of the fuel burns up there. So that's not, we're looking preliminary discussions at this point. The Dorsey Drive mainline break that happened a few weeks ago is complete. That was a push. Thank you to engineering, maintenance groups for rounding that out. So we're waiting for the final number. We think it's going to be less than the estimated $150,000. And so we're going to know that. Yes, sir.
So there was a number of breaks that week. And
Yes.
there was an earthquake that preceded though, just by days. Any
We don't know. It's hard to tell, but according to the old timers around here who've been doing this work for a long time, no one's ever seen a week like we had during that week of November 8th through the 15th or something like that. It was just an unprecedented amount. There was an earthquake down in the Lake Wildwood area, but the interesting thing is, you know, these breaks were not concentrated there. They were not in any particular
They were
individual
kind of
area.
all over.
They just happened. Some of them were minor. This one was big.
Oh, the crews did an incredible job.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
They were running thin, and that week was difficult for the whole maintenance staff. So kudos go out to those guys.
The union ran an article about, oh wait, different one, never mind.
Okay.
I was thinking of the truck in the Yuba River up at the higher country.
Yeah. No, kudos to the operations team, maintenance staff. They did great. Yesterday we had a small fire near the Bowman hay press intertie. We believe it was a illegal campfire from a camper up there that got out of control. Luckily, NID hydro staff were literally on scene and not far away, went at it and took care of and started fighting it right away. U.S. Forest Service was there, they're mopping it up, and so we passed that along. But thankfully our crews and staff were in the area and just happened to be alerted to it. So it wasn't huge, but who knows? It had the potential to be. We have finished our bond refunding, and that closes officially on December 16th. We estimate that we're on average of about $225,000 savings a year. So it looked like it was going the other way, and then it rebounded, and who knows what the markets do for why they do it, but the timing on this one worked out great, and
awesome.
Kudos to finance
And you
staff.
said we got over 10 offers?
We got over 10 offers, and that, our legal, our bond counsel, and consultants, you know, were just sort of like, you know, if you were A, AA negative, you would not, you know, you might get 2. We got over 10. JP Morgan Chase, is who we're selling our bonds.
That is so great.
So, that was fantastic. That was great. So kudos to everybody. We didn't know if that was going to be the case. We thought it was going to go the other way, but maybe market held. So you have a report, warrant report correction in your packet. I gave it to you. It's going to be appended to the today's minutes. It's a quick explanation as to what happened in our February 2020 warrants packet. Speaking of the projects list, there was an error in calculation and tabulation of the report. Going back to this whole thing of these reports are generated by hand and by Excel. It was a mischaracterization or mistabulation. So apologize about that. Thank you, Director Peters, for bringing it to our attention. It took a little bit for, you know, to kind of understand what it was about, but rest assured, it is, this is the correct report. You'll see one that is indexed and another that's not, and it's corrected now, and it will live in the dollar amount is the same, it's the correct dollar amount, it's just the way that the report was printed and exposed. Transition to Bank of the West is underway. I think Marvin mentioned that. We anticipate full transition by January. So we've got about $6 million transferred over, and I think next Monday customer service is gonna start utilizing it on their day-to-day transactions. So we're on our way to that. COVID-19, as we've been sitting here today, we are now officially in the stay-at-home order. So we have a COVID preparation, what do I call it, prevention plan that is going to be released, I believe, this week. It's just a full page with a number of different facets to it, including investigating, communicating, training and instruction, all of our cleaning and disinfections. We've got identification of hazard documentations, trainings and rosters and stuff. So we've got a pretty sufficient packet internally at the district, and all of the actions that we've taken over the last 9 months have really, kind of culminated into finally we got it into one document. So that's exciting. Thanks to Jana and her team for helping with that. Yeah.
How will that impact our future meetings? I mean, if it's a 3-week lockdown, maybe we'll be able to meet next time, or?
Well, our next official board meeting, isn't until January 13th.
Oh.
So we're at this point, we're on the window theoretically, but if it still holds, I'll talk to the board president and we'll kind of assess then. That was kind of how we did it last time when we went into purple. We didn't quite know what that meant, so it was an initial, let's just bring everybody Zoom.
Greg, are we Greater Sacramento here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
We're Greater Sacramento, yeah. So.
Not Sierra County.
No, Sierra County's not.
I know it.
Okay.
They're great.
Okay. There's another letter in your inbox that came from Dustin's firm, Manazian, regarding a $94,000 settlement, I guess you'd call it.
Would the board like a little bit of background on that?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I am the only person here that was around when this started.
Probably.
So this is, you guys recall as citizens, the last drought we had, the state imposed a 36% mandatory conservation mandate on us.
Mm-hmm.
We had a lot of concern with that. First of all, our own internal water supply and planning documents didn't call for that level of conservation. So we engaged in a letter writing campaign. Among other things, we were concerned that unnecessary conservation would exacerbate already high fire conditions. And you partnered with Paradise Irrigation District, South Feather Water and Power Agency, and the three of you wrote a number of letters commenting on this conservation. Coming out of the drought, the Water Board in particular pivoted right into a legislative discussion about we need to have greater conservation statewide. So you three agencies continued in kind of your collective effort advocating for less of a kind of top-down, one-size-fits-all approach. There's some unique considerations when you're in a large lot, rural area that is in a very high fire zone. So as part of that campaign, we submitted a Public Records Act request to the State Water Board. And they, in effect, ignored us, didn't respond to it. And then when they did respond, they didn't produce documents really at all. We pushed them, we tried to engage, and they basically, it largely ignored us. So the three of you districts ended up challenging them under the Public Records Act. We prevailed in the course of that litigation. It resulted in a whole bunch of additional documents being released that were actually very useful to AQUA and other of our associations that were lobbying on this water conservation. And what we were trying to lobby for is just greater flexibility in the local implementation. Nobody's opposed to water conservation, but there needs to be enough flexibility here to where it makes sense. We're not stranding investments that we've already made. It takes in, conservation in highly dense Los Angeles looks different than conservation here. So, the legislation ultimately is not something I'm in love with, but it's a lot better than where we started. And I think that's due in part to this, to getting these records that we secured. So we were successful in the litigation, and the Public Records Act has a attorney fee clause. So we sought reimbursement of the district's attorney's fees, and that's what this is. It's not a one-for-one that the three of you districts invested more money in this, but this is what the judge awarded. I'd have to go back and look, but my memory is the districts invested in total about $120,000, $130,000 in attorney's fees, and the judge ordered $94,000 or so in reimbursement. So that's the background. The case was actually done in 2017, I believe, and we've been pushing the state for payment ever since then. So this is a happy chapter to close in my book. And it was a good result too.
Yep. Yeah. So thank you, Dustin, and appreciate their work on that. It's fantastic. Speaking of the website, we anticipate the new version of the NID website to go live on December 21st.
That's great.
So, and it's a whole new platform, it's a whole new look and feel, it's a whole new way to search. We've spent 5-7 months running through it, pulling out stuff that's old and not necessary. So it's a much better platform, it's a much better user and user-friendly program, and I think we're going to utilize it a lot better.
And it does have a better search function?
Yeah, it does. It's just a completely different program. The other was WordPress, or the current is WordPress.
Yeah.
This is a different platform that just, is more conducive to searchability and ISO sort of internet services. So I'm looking forward to that, and we're getting trained up on that, so our staff is getting.
And then Greg, do we have staff assigned to update content?
Yeah, so different departments have different permissions to update their department level information projects, add photographs in different spaces and different update documents and everything to a calendar. There'll be a calendar within it. And then we have a couple staff that are master
I was going to say, there's like a webmaster
the whole,
that says.
the whole look and feel, the whole, nobody can just go in and update templates. So, yeah. So look for that, and love your feedback when that happens.
Wonderful.
So we've got a great group helping us with that. Recreation, just got an email from Monica. We're beginning the no camping. So as part of the closure, day use, I believe, is still open and available, but overnight camping is not. So we're letting there's not too many, of course, right now, but there's a few.
It's a good time to be closed.
Yeah, it's a fine time. General engineering stuff, some of you know about this. Combi Phase 1 is ahead of schedule, and so that's great. We're looking really good there. This dry weather really helped them really move a lot of pipe in the ground and a lot of sticks, so that's good. Alta Sierra subgrade tank is in place, and that project's moving forward. Doty North, as I mentioned earlier, that is in construction. Urban and the Ag Water Development Plan is beginning a press release and notification to all the municipalities going out either today or tomorrow. And so we're engaged in that. And then finally, just welcome to the both of you. Happy for you to be here and looking forward to it. So thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Next is Board of Directors, items and reports. So let's see. We'll start with Laura, I think, and we'll end with our two new folks if you have something you want to share.
Kind of quiet.
I have no report, but I had a comment that I've forgotten, so I don't have any report. Probably already made it earlier today.
What do you want to say, your comment?
Well, no, I don't remember what it was.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Okay. And so my report is a couple things. One is that I just want to tell everybody I've enjoyed this year being chair. It's been really fun, really challenging. I'm also looking forward to having a new chair who can be a little more like Robert's Rules of Order. That I discovered that is not my strong suit. I have some strong suits, but that isn't one of them. So, but I want to thank you all for being tolerant.
I think you've done a great job.
Well, I wasn't looking for compliments, but because I know I get all messed up sometimes.
You've done a great job.
But it's been fun, and I have enjoyed it, and it's been great, so thank you for that. Let's see, I had a long chat with SR about LAFCo, and expressed to her and I told at least one of you, that, and we talked about it earlier today, I'm really interested in seeing if I can be the LAFCo representative for NID. And to that end, she told me to bring resumes, which I gave to Chris, that y'all can have. So I'm real interested in, so we'll see where that goes. My daughter's baby is 24 weeks and growing and is healthy, which after a year or two of trouble, this is a blessing, and that baby's coming. My first grandchild, and it's a boy, and he's coming at the end of March, first part of April. So that is exciting. And maybe
Congratulations.
I know, I have to share that, that's really cool. But she can't see me online, so she would not be mad. So that's it for me. So welcome, Karen.
Thank you.
Want to give your report?
No.
Okay.
I don't really have one. So,
Okay. Well, are you glad to be here?
I'm glad to be here, and really look forward to working with everyone. I think it'll be great.
Yeah, me too. And Rich?
Yeah, well, the hills are going brown.
Yes?
Yep, we need water.
Yep.
In the valley, everybody's irrigating to the max. Things are drying up. The Orland Artois Water District, faced with reductions in their allotments from the Bureau, bought out the Bureau's contract for payment. So they got a loan for $1.89 million, or 1.89%. And how that works is that the Bureau gives you 0% interest. But if you don't pay it back, they can come back and start renegotiating on their terms how much water you actually are going to get. So they went from 2 acre-feet per acre to 1.5, and they were going to go down more. And all the agents of water districts down there just said, went out and got loans and paid off the Bureau. So actually the per acre charge went down from what the payment was to the Bureau, but extends out a little longer, so not losing water.
So the districts buy the water directly from
The Bureau.
the Bureau, so the Bureau doesn't have any management or anything with it. They just they put in a call for water, whatever they call it.
Well, let's take last year was Shasta Critical all through May, and that district really had very little allotment. But the settlement contractors on the river went from 100% to 70, correct me, went from 100% to 75%. All right, so that meant the water charge in the settlement contract will sell to other districts. Okay, there's a lot of water transferring going on down there. And the price was going to be $97 an acre foot after operations and maintenance were paid for up front. Then if the water was going to cost $97, here's around, what, $35? So $97 per acre foot. When we got that late rain, Shasta Critical went off. Settlement guys got 100%, and water rates went down to $85.50 an acre foot. This year does not look good. So you can't believe how much water gets transferred between districts, and it is the environmentally preferred method of doing it. It is so much better for the environment for districts to move water around. So during the drought of 14-15, we bought water out of Woodland, out of Conway Ranch. All right, 440.
Your ranch up in Orland, is that what you're?
Conway out of Woodland.
When you said we?
Orland Artois Water District, other water districts bought water from a ranch that had a high water table. They pumped it into the delta. We picked it up from Shasta.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, there's a gap of 80 miles there.
Yeah.
Right, but water is moved around that way. And it prevents one district from having to build a dam, another one can, or they have extra storage. It's just environmentally safer and better. Those who have water can transfer it to others. It is a big market now. Conway Ranch had offers way beyond $400, $440 an acre foot from Southern California. $2,000 an acre foot. Some guys were paying $3,000, I heard way down in Kern County, just to keep their orchards alive. It's a big market, but there's a lot of people in Northern California who will not sell to Southern California. So I just bring it up saying, we're kind of looking at another year where there's going to be a lot of water transferring, and every year it happens anyway.
And I heard that their water is now on a commodity.
I know, I saw that.
Commodities market.
Oh, it's huge. There's one guy,
very
they say he's, Stewart, right? Resnick,
yeah.
They say he's farming just to control the water.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but this is a different thing. This was just published in the last couple of weeks
Yeah,
in
no,
Maven.
it's a commodity.
About the commodity,
And
about it being traded though,
then it becomes
on the
dangerous.
commodities market,
Yeah, actively traded on commodities.
Yeah,
which is, different in some ways.
yeah. And if you want a good book called The Dreamt Land, it's about the water in the San Joaquin Valley.
Yep, I read it.
But the thing to remember is about San Joaquin Valley, it's starting to look like parts of Africa. Africa's drying up. The Sahel and the Sahara are just moving right on down. And parts of San Joaquin Valley, the subsidence, they're going to have to fallow 1 million acres there. They will, 500,000 is already fallow, but another 500,000 will be fallow. So water and food become critical.
No kidding.
That's
Okay.
a pep talk, huh?
Okay. Next item is item 12, reorganization of the board and appointment of the secretary. So at this point, we will be electing a president, a vice president, and appointing Chris Stepanian. So I'd like to open up nominations for president, because this is my joy to do, and nominate Director Beerwagen for board president.
I second.
Have a second.
So, Madam Chair, this is always done a little differently year to year. It has to be done by motion. Sorry, you're saying nomination, but are you just making?
I'm making a motion, yes. Thank you.
Is that correct?
It is motion and seconded that Mr. Beerwagen be nominated as chair. Now, there could be other ideas here, in which case folks are welcome to put those forward. Okay, can we have a vote, please?
Public comment?
I didn't hear.
Public comment?
Oh, public comment.
Sorry, I'm masked.
Is all your family on the call? Okay. Is there any public comment regarding the election of President Beerwagen, of Chris Beerwagen to be board president? Seeing none, we can call for the vote. Didn't I tell you I screw up all the time?
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 3. Aye. Division 2.
Abstain?
Division.
Yes.
Division 1.
Aye. Thank you very much. Do we have a motion for vice president?
Oh, motion that Laura Peters be vice president of the board for 2021.
I'll second that.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment or board discussion?
None.
Seeing none, can you call the roll?
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 4.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you always vote for yourself.
Oh, aye. Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Yay! We have our new officers. This is so good. But you have to get your own gavel, because it has my name on it.
So I
Okay.
move to appoint Chris Stepanian as secretary of the board.
Very good. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? And a second? We have a motion and a second. Is there public comment about the appointment of Chris Stepanian as board secretary? Is there any board discussion? No. Okay. Shall we call the roll?
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Okay, item 13, is this where we do it all over again as the JPA?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, we just wanted to have fun with you one more time.
I know.
If we can recess as NID.
Yes.
And convene the NID JPA, and then you could do this in one motion.
Do we do it with the new president?
Yeah, we have to switch chairs. No. No.
No.
Okay. It doesn't take effect, sorry, Chris. It can take effect.
It's all excited.
Can't wait.
The hat doesn't go on yet.
Right. All right, so, I will then recess as the NID Board of Directors and reconvene as the Nevada Irrigation District Joint Powers Authority for the purposes of reorganizing the board to approve the 2020 elected and appointed positions pursuant to the Water Code Sections 21375 and 21376.
Need a motion for that?
I believe so.
I'll make that motion. I move
Okay.
that we approve the 2020 elected and appointed positions pursuant to Water Code.
I second that motion.
So just for the record, we're electing, you, Chris, as president, Laura as VP, and Chris as secretary for the NID JPA.
JPA, correct. Okay, is there any public comment? Seeing none, can you please call the roll, Ms. Secretary?
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 3. Aye. Division 2.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye.
You have the second thoughts, Chris?
Was not paying attention.
Great, okay.
Carried.
Close the JPA and open
We're
the
closing the JPA, thank you so much. We are
reopening.
reopening, but how do we can just close the JPA, or do we have to?
We're technically adjourning that.
Yes, okay, thank you, that was the word I was looking for. We are adjourning the JPA.
Yep.
And, opening up our normal session for the Nevada Union, see, look at me, screwed up. Nevada Irrigation District, thank you. We will take up item 14 on the agenda. Part of what's happening is you're seeing the end, you're like you speed up as you see the tape at the end of the.
I believe we have, SR Jones.
Oh, we do?
On the phone.
Oh, great.
To perhaps give a brief overview of, these nominations and LAFCo itself. SR, are you there?
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very good. Good. Okay. Yeah. So LAFCo is we've issued a call for nominations for what we call the district member and the alternate district member. Now, let me put that in context. The LAFCo Commission is comprised of 7 regular members and 4 alternate members. And those 7 regular members are in 4 different categories. There are 2 county members that are appointed by the Board of Supervisors, 2 city members that are appointed by the mayors of each of our 3 cities in Nevada County. There are 2 regular district members and 1 alternate district member that are selected by the independent special districts in the county. And then there is 1 public member and 1 alternate public member that are selected by the other 6 regular members. Does that make sense? So each category, 4 categories, each category has, except for the public, has 2 members, regular members, plus 1 alternate member. And the alternate member would step up if the regular member in that category had to recuse or was absent from a meeting. The LAFCo commissioners are expected to sit on the commission and use active with their independent judgment in the interests of the county as a whole. So LAFCo commissioners, in other words, are not appointed to the commission to represent their agency. They're not necessarily even there to represent their category. They are there to exercise their independent judgment for the county's interests as a whole. If once we have these, we've issued this call for nominations. the call will conclude next, I think, the 17th of December. And once we have collected all the nominations, we'll package them into ballots. And so we'll have one ballot for the regular special district member, one ballot for the alternate member. And we'll send those out so that all the districts will have the entire month of February, the entire month of January to vote. So the idea here is that all the districts get at least a month to consider the to decide whether they want to nominate and then to vote. And I think the last thing I wanted to remind everybody is that we're looking for the nominations. We would prefer that there not be nomination. Don't have one individual that's nominated for two positions. In other words, please don't nominate one individual to serve as both the alternate and the regular member, because it would be a mess. So any questions about LAFCo or the process?
Oh, go ahead, Laura. I'm sorry, I had just one quick question. It says two special district members elected by independent. Is it from two separate special districts? How many special districts are in Nevada County?
24.
I think the question was, how many special districts independent special districts are there? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yes.
There are 24.
Okay, so all 24 districts are putting names in. One name for alternate, one name for the.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Invited.
Some may not nominate,
But yes.
And my question was, I think she said how many positions there were that are filled by this cycle. I didn't catch that.
There are, the nominations are we're looking for a regular member to replace Commissioner Director Wilcox's position, and then an alternate member who will take the position that was previously held by Commissioner Beckenbach, who was with the North San Juan Fire Protection District.
Okay.
We have the regular member, the other regular district member is Mr. Kurt Grundle from Penn Valley Fire, and he will continue.
So you're going to get a whole bunch of nominations for one active position.
And one alternate.
One position and one alternate.
One alternate. I got it. Okay. So there could be 24.
Mm-hmm.
There could be 24. Okay.
48.
There could be 48. Yeah.
And who gets to vote?
And who gets to vote?
The special district.
The different, the special district boards.
Okay.
So it comes back.
So we'll get one vote, or we'll get our vote.
Yeah, I think doesn't each director of each district vote, or does the whole district have to agree on who they're voting for?
The district as a whole would vote.
I thought each director.
But it's by majority. So if only 3 of you agree as to one and 2 as to another.
Oh, I see.
It's
a
just
majority
rules. That's where the vote goes.
Okay.
So the board vote.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say, this is something I really want to do. And I know Rich has said he's really interested too, so.
Okay, so we can make that.
So you guys, I don't know the process for y'all to make nominations or make motions.
Yeah, it would be a motion to nominate, just like what we did.
Just like what we did.
I'd like to make a motion to add Ricky as the chair, the seat, and Mr. Johansson as the alternate.
I'll second that.
So, hang on here.
Which
I think LAFCo, that starts to LAFCO needs resolutions, I believe, making nominations.
Oh, yes, it
So
does
there's
right
2
here.
separate resolutions.
Oh, so it'd be 2 separate.
Yeah, I think we need 2 separate motions.
So one motion for the member and one motion for the alternate.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, go again, Laura.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to have the one regular member nomination from the Nevada Irrigation District be Ricky Heck.
So if I can help you, that's adopt resolution number 2020-31, inserting Ricky Heck into that nomination.
Oh, there it is, it's on the back of the pages on it. Here,
Back to page 4.
2020-31.
It's also on the agenda.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2020-31 and recommend that, Director Ricky Heck be the, regular member for the Nevada County Local Agency Formation.
Thank you.
Second.
We vote on that before we go to the next one?
Yep.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay, is there any public comment on that? Seeing none, call for the vote, please.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye, thank you all very much. See how this goes.
I will move that we adopt resolution 2020-32, nominating Rich Johansson for this position
And I'll second that, please.
to the Nevada County Local Agency Formation Commission, Special District.
For the alternate for special.
Alternate, yeah. It doesn't say that in the line, but that's what it is.
Okay, and I will second that. And is there any public comment? Seeing none, can you please call the roll?
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Okay, thank you all very much. And, and we have suspended, or not, we're postponing our ethics workshop because it takes 2 hours and we'd all fall asleep by now.
Could you imagine how much fun that would have been?
Oh, yeah. No, I would have, said something else.
My early Christmas present?
You gotta bring out the cocktails or something.
Margarita machine.
Okay, so with that, if there's no other comment or concern or anything, we are adjourned. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, with authority.